UN Space Sail Wolf Squadron. This is the Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. Back again for a fun topic this time around, not necessarily a serious topic like we've been doing for the past few weeks so far. We're talking about a special thing in mediums, from your comic books to your shows to your movies to your video games to whatever entertainment that you like to check out. Power fantasies, or at least power fantasies and hype moments. What hypes you up in a story, be it action, be it wordplay, be it, you know, philosophical diatribes, whatever. We'll even cover what is not a power fantasy in the eyes of the social progressives, which is what they're selling. Let's not be around the bush. They're selling revenge fantasy, which is basically what you want, who you want to get revenge on, or what your vengeance is predicated on. So we'll be covering that as well. Um, Hype moments. What moment in a again? What moment in a medium that you watched, read, or even studied got you hyped up? You know, like a fight scene, or a grandiose speech, or even a specific action that somebody did that encouraged you, that built you up, that empowered you. I hate to use that word, but empowered you to be a better person in your life. And that's what I mean. That's what I'm going to explain soon, right now, actually, of what a power fantasy should be, what it should do, and how it should affect your life. A power fantasy is not a place where you go to make you feel vindicated for all the stuff that's been done to you. No, 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 no. That's not what a power fantasy does. A power fantasy is supposed to power you up, and I stress this: power you up to take on the hardships that you are facing in your life, be it an obstacle, be it someone that is making your life miserable. You stand up to the bully, of course. That's what a power fantasy is supposed to do. It's not supposed to make you run away and hide within the power fantasy, like most of these modern writers have written. That's not what a power fantasy does. A power fantasy is supposed to, again, empower you. That is what we're going to explain to today. And without further ado, let me introduce my cadre of squad mates, if you will, starting with the Lady of Valor, Leia Plus Size.
Hello, this is Leah Plus Size, your lovely lady of valor, and I hope you all are doing well today and looking forward to your comments.
Coming to you live from beneath a basement with good Wi-Fi is the Schooner of the Tuna, Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground. This is the Schooner Tuna. How you doing, everybody?
He is the soldier with the unique FN and the unique set of numbers etched onto his plate armor. He is the trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, what's going on? We are going to have a fun discussion today. I'm looking forward to it.
I really do hope you're looking forward to it, because again, this is the fun stream, guys. This is where we have fun. So yes, we are. I know we have the fun talk sections, but this is all pure fun, and we gonna start with the lovely Lady of Valor on this one. You know, for her hype moments and power fantasies. Now, Leia Plus Size. Um, what are your power fantasies? Like what types of power fantasies that get you through the day?
Well, Commander, my power fantasy, well, I have quite a few. So to just get started, I'm just going to start with, of course, within this MCU, and you guys already know where I'm going. It's with Captain Rogers. There are some power fantasy moments. He is more to me than just my dream wish of being the father of my children. There are, there are moments that I have, and
Keep
there
the
are
faith,
two
Lady of Valor.
particularly.
Just keep
One
the faith.
moment,
Would you say, Schooner?
I said just keep the faith, Lady of Valor. Keep
What
the
did you say,
faith.
Scooty?
Keep
Said
the
keep the
faith.
faith.
Yeah. So, keep the faith. Let's keep the faith. Thank you for that, Scooty. I will. If I would have to say, a lot of my power fantasies and hype moments come within the Winter Soldier movie, and I think the hype moment would be would have to be, first of all, the scene where Roger stands up to Nick Fury and shows why he becomes the captain of the Avengers, when he tells Nick Fury that the whole thing, Shield and Hydra must both go. We're not salvaging anything. I'm taking down both of them. Well, I'm not taking them down, but they both have to go. And he tells Fury why he does that. And at that moment, it shows why he should be the leader. He's not the leader because of his gender, his race, or who he chooses to sleep with. He's the leader because of his abilities. And also that he stands up. He's not afraid to stand up for what he believes in, even if it may clash with other members, as he said with Fury, and even in the seat earlier where uh, Fury wants Steve to get with the program, and he tells him, "Don't hold your breath." So there's the fact that he is unwillingly going to stand up for what he believes in, even that makes him alone, because he's now in a world where the values that he has, everybody doesn't apply it to anymore, or they don't follow anymore, or they may see him as a goody two shoes or something, but that's not how he sees himself. He fully stands up what he believes in. The other fantasy moment would have to be in the Winter Soldier movie is his decision to not kill the Winter Soldier. Everybody knows the scene where they're on the bridge and he's thinking back to a happy moment between him and Bucky, or remembering the Bucky that he's always known. And Sam comes out to tell him that, this is not the kind of person that, you listen to, the one you have to eventually kill. And Steve says, I can't do that. He may not give you a choice. And Rogers has made it up in his mind that my mission with everybody, my mission is I'm not going to kill this man. And the reason I'm not going to kill this man is because I know there's a good man inside there, and that he is still good. And this is a friend of a friend that's been that's like family to me, and I'm not going to bring myself to do that. So his mind is already made up that I am going to not kill him, but I'm going to bring him around when everybody else feels that he should be dead. And it just shows you how he believes in people. I love the fact that he believes in people. That's something that you don't see nowadays. People, they don't believe in people anymore. They believe in an idea, but not exactly necessarily people themselves. And that he is not ready to give up on this person the way everybody else has given up on him. So then we get to the scene in the helicarrier, which after when he tries to bring him back around after they've had this fight, and he's able to bring down the helicarrier machines, and then he's trying to bring him back around and tell him who his name was, and how he tells him he's not going to fight him at all, and he drops his shield and puts his arms down and say, no matter what happens, I'm not going to kill you. And of course we get the famous line, "I'm with you to the end of the line," which affects Bucky, and it affects him so strongly that he doesn't kill him himself. But the fact that he believes so strongly that Bucky is a good man that he's willing to die for him, meaning that I'm not going to kill you, but if you kill me, I'm not going to fight back because I know that you are a good person. And what that shows to me is compassion and love and belief in people. These are qualities that in today's society are perceived as weak. These are qualities in today's society that are weaknesses and that we don't see anymore, because his love was the big factor. And you can take that love any way you want. I don't care. It's still a deciding factor, because that love was that factor that he could not bring himself to kill him, but tried to bring him back to the person that he's known all his life. In essence, freeing Bucky from the power of Hydra. So it wasn't mysticism or magic or any type of technology. It was Roger's own strong faith and believed that this was a good man that brought him back around. So those qualities of compassion and love are my is what I see in this character, and why this character, again, why this character's noble love is just not that he has this gorgeous hot body that I drool over. It is the quality. It is the qualities as a human being and as a man that make him who he is. And I think, and you all can see it now, that the MCU and all of entertainment, or all of people handling these comic book characters, forgotten, or maybe they see it as a weakness. That what makes a hero is not the costume or the physical strength, but who they are as a person. So I would say the final moments in the Winter Soldier movie, and then it moves Bucky to pull him from the river, because he may not know he does, he's connected to Rogers. It's just right now he doesn't know why, but he does, that connection is still there. And it took that compassion from Rogers to do that. And I've always felt that's one of Rogers' biggest strengths, no matter how people see it, is the compassion that he has for people. So the Winter Soldier, that's why the Winter Soldier movie just to me ticks every box on my list, because not only does it have these great kick-ass action scenes, but it also has moments of humanity that we don't see much today. Now, that's the power fantasy moment. Now, do you want me to go into the hype moment, or would you like me to stop and I can give you guys a chance to do your power
No, no,
fantasy
no, no, no.
moment?
I want to hear the rest of this. You got me
Be-
invested so far. I
before we
want to hear
get
this.
before we get into the hype moment, I want to do a quick review of what you're saying. So for you, in those moments, those were a spiritual power fantasy for you. You have this connection to those scenes and those moments, especially with what Steve Rogers said to Bucky. You like to see the good in other people yourself, right? You want to
Yes,
see you. There are times you also want to give people the benefit of the doubt, at least until proven otherwise. Which
right.
I'm which thankfully hopefully you haven't encountered any situation where you have to really write somebody off completely because of that open stubbornness that they present to you. Like you kept giving them an out, you kept giving them an inch, and they keep going a mile with the way how they go. Or maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm just assuming. Maybe I'm wrong. You could tell me otherwise, Leia, if you encounter people where you have to cut them off at some point. Now, I also understand on the same token, if that's too personal, you don't have to answer that. You can make mention, but you don't have to go into detail about that if you don't want to. Especially, I don't want to drum up any bad history or bad blood in that regard. You know, but am I wrong for saying that? Or am I on the mark, on the dead on what I'm saying about those moments for you, those that power fantasy moment? Like it built up your faith, it built up your spirituality, it built up your hope in somebody, right?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, it's right now I can't think of the top of my head, but because there's been so many moments, but there it has been moments where I think for myself it's more of believing more in people than I think one trait, like we discussed it on Tuesday, or that I'm dyslexic, and one of the qualities dyslexics have, that we are, uh, whatever job we're doing, or the job I do, I'm in customer service, I deal with the public, is, and this was even said to me when I was young. People always said that she's going to have some job where she's working with people, because she's very good with people. And what I try to do is I try to have some compassion for whatever situation a person is in, before I pass judgment on that person, or try to treat that person as a human being, or what, you don't really know what got that person in that situation in the first place. So I think all through my life, and the careers I've had, it's always been about people, and I've always tried to bring out the best in people, or see what best qualities that they have. Because I say, well, everybody has good qualities about themselves. And so I think that's why that appeals to me. And one of the things with dyslexics is that we are very determined to be good workers at what we do, or whatever it is that we do. We're going to try to give 110% like I read
Oh,
the
you know
story.
what? You mentioned that phrase that you guys are determined to work hard at what you do. Definitely that brought that when you said that I'm reminded of Rubber Band Man from Static Shock, because
Hmm.
he's this in Static Shock he's dyslexic. Yeah, he is dyslexic, and when he was reformed, you really see that determination that he was trying to be the good guy from now on this time around instead of just being a bad guy, especially considering that him being what was his real name outside of Roberto Man? Streets, right?
Hmm.
Streaks, right? Streak.
No, no, no.
His
That's Hot Streak.
oh yeah, yeah.
Um,
Well, his real name is Francis, but I digress. The episode where it revealed that he was dyslexic, he was very determined to save the day to a point where he's going to work with his dyslexia to stop a bomb.
mhm.
Otherwise, well, they in Detroit, right? Or Dakota, something.
Dakota. They're in Dakota.
Yeah,
They call
yeah,
it the Dakota verse.
yeah. So yeah. If they don't disarm the bomb, Dakota's basically a crater because depending on because of the yield of the bomb. I mean, so yeah, when you brought that up, that reminded me of Rubber Band Man. In short, that reminded me of Rubber Band Man, and boy, oh boy, was he my favorite character among many favorite characters of Static Shock. But he was like the top because through his disability, he worked through that to save lives. He didn't sit around and he didn't sit on his butt and say, "Well, I can't do anything. I'm dyslexic. I'm just gonna let this bomb blow up." No, he was determined to save lives in spite of his quote unquote handicap. I don't mean to say it like that, but here we are. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Hmm.
sure. Go right ahead. Yeah, you can say that. It doesn't offend me.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. And that's why I don't go on.
did you ever watch that episode, Lead Plus Size? Or have you ever watched Static
You
Shock?
know what? I think I've forgotten how some of it goes, but you know what? Maybe tonight I'll catch a few episodes.
Yeah.
I didn't. I haven't seen it in a long time, so I don't remember everything and every moment. But I may go back and look it back this evening
Because
and look back at that one.
no, I don't mean to put your disability on the spot like that, but I was going to ask you, like, if you ever saw that, if you ever saw that episode, did that really empower you to work with your disability as well? If you had saw that episode, or let's say hypothetically speaking, if you had saw that episode, especially going by how I described it, wouldn't that have empowered you to work with your disability to bear yourself rather than
Oh
just
yeah.
sitting around and let it be, you know?
Oh yes, definitely. I never saw that episode, but I would say having my disability is why I took the X-Men and the X-Men comic and the X-Men cartoon and the shows, because the X-Men had abilities that were strengths, but people feared or misunderstood them. And most of my life was being misunderstood, or people giving up on me, or could not see the other skills that I had because they were just focusing on the fact that she was dyslexic. And that's something I've had to deal with all of my life. I lost jobs because employers just were not patient with me to learn,
Mm,
and they wouldn't take the time to be patient with me until I had, I the job, even the job that I'm currently at now, there was some really really ugly rough patches. There were people in there that exploited the disability, or there were people in there that didn't understand it, or there were people in there that said, oh, she's just using that as an excuse not to do her job. I mean, I've heard a whole lot of stuff. I faced a whole lot of adversity with my disability. But even though Static Shock doesn't come to mind, that kind of episode would give me encouragement to keep going, as I have. And it helped me last as long as I have, because I was able to say, despite all I was going through, I would say, look, I've got a right to be here. I've got a right to be at this job, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay on it and do the best that I possibly can. And that strength also came from the X-Men, because they had these fantastic abilities, but as we all know, the world around them didn't understand them or didn't believe in them. The only one that really reached out to them was Professor X when he was gathering them together and making them realize what their abilities could do. I remember seeing a story about a woman who was dyslexic that worked in a coffee shop or something, and she told them she loved like a Starbucks. And she said she loved her job because she loved the fact that every morning she made that cup of coffee that could make someone's day. She worked in a high business district, so a lot of the business people or office people would be standing in line to get their Starbucks. But she loved it. And they asked her why. And she says, because it warms my heart to know that that cup of coffee I make for them will make their day. It's either going to make them happy, it's either going to make them work their best, it's going to make their day going. So I appreciated everything, even though it's making coffee. People don't think that way about making coffee, but she loved the fact she could serve people coffee because that would brighten their day. And that got me to thinking, now, if this woman could love the fact that she loves to serve coffee and to people, she didn't want any other job. She loved exactly what she did. If she loved to come and serve coffee, then what I do in my life is should be just as important. So I think the difference with me and some of my employees I work with is that I think about the people. I'm not really thinking about, some do it for a title or some do it for the money, which money is good, of course. But
Hmm.
mostly it was the fact that I wanted to help people. I really want to help the people that really needed it. And that's what I try to focus on and use my skills to do that. Now it means I have to do things in a different way. And I had to accept that I learn differently and that I do things differently than what people who don't have dyslexia had. And I had to use my strengths, and my strengths have always been how I relate to people. And in this days and age, people skills are not appreciated. Everything is technical or machine made. My skills, what I like to call old school skills, which is basically old fashioned, talking to people and getting to know them and trying to bring out the best in them. So that's my superpower, you could
Green
say.
Lion
So
Girl.
that's
I will
how
say
I
this:
always
Green
put it,
Lion
like that.
Girl. If you had catch Green Lion Girl's stream, she she had a lot to say about automated secretaries, like holographic secretaries and stuff like that. Yeah,
Hmm.
she's got the same concern as you, especially with the automation and technology thing going on and replacing human workers and all that. So yeah,
As
I have to bring that up definitely. So with that being said, let's get into your hype moments now. Let plus size.
Well, my hype moments, again, there are a few, but I'm just going to start off with the Captain America Winter Soldier movie. The hype moments, and I'm going by your definition, Commander, so let me know if I'm on the right path. There are quite a few. The first hype moment I would have to say would be the elevator fight. And again, I forgot it. I was going to post it. I was going to
Let me
post
quote
it
the line real
here.
quick. Let me quote the line.
Go on. Go on. I
Before
knew
we
you
be
would. Go on.
before we begin, does anybody want to get off the elevator? That's what I mean by a hype moment, where there's a pre ass whooping, excuse me, a pre ass whooping. I think
That's
I'm I-
perfect. I was
I'm
going to
be
say that.
I'm beginning to believe that you guys love it when I say excuse me.
Yeah.
I
I
really do
actually
I
was going
really
to
do
say
think
that.
uh just let everybody know before you continue, Leia. Just let you know, Trooper is busy with something in his household. I do not want to bring it up unless he wants to bring it up. But yeah, he's on mute right now. He's been quite silent. We all know how he is, but he's been quite silent. But he's taking care of things in his household right now where he's staying at. But yeah, go ahead, Leia. Plus, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, before that was a pre ass kicking one liner, that will hype up anybody because
Oh
we
yeah.
know we know what's up. We know what's about to happen. Like
But also
he
also
about to throw
sums up,
down.
but it also sums up to the character of Captain America. He already knows. All right, he's giving the benefit of the doubt to people. He says, okay, I'm going to assume right now that everybody in this elevator, I'm not assuming everybody in this elevator wants to beat me up, but I'm going to give them I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. So he goes, before we get started, does anybody want to get out?
I was
You
hoping.
guys,
Sorry, I'm sorry, Leia. I was hoping
go
in
on.
one instance, but we all know Winter Soldier is quote unquote the serious movie that never misses a beat on its seriousness. But I was hoping in one more, at least like four of them would have left out that elevator.
I think I would have thought somebody would say something like, somebody would like say, "What do you mean by that?" And then suddenly an attack would come in.
Look,
Say what now?
but yeah, go ahead, Leia plus size. Explain why that's a hype moment for you.
Well, first of all, Commander, I really love that title. I was about to say the same thing. I was going to say, excuse me, but it is, this is a whipping ass moment that's about to happen. The line he says, before we get started, does anyone want to get out? Because, and I give credit to the Russo brothers for this, it basically, it made, and excuse my language, it made Rogers a badass, but in a good way. Not
Mm-hmm.
badass in a villain, but badass that, yeah, I'm an aspirational hero. I see the good in people, but if you mess with me, you're going to get hurt. I'm not going to stand there and try to plead and reason. I am going to defend myself, and I am going to defend myself to the 10,000 power. So you don't want to tick me off, and that's what I really love about that scene, that he's nobody you can just walk over, in other words. And that's why I really like the scene, is because it turned him into a force to be reckoned with. That he is no longer, we know Iron Man, you can't mess with him because of the suit and the rockets. Thor, we know he means business when he slams down the hammer. But most people have always saw Rogers as just the guy with the shield. Huh, what can he do that just stand up for America? But that scene showed that he is a badass and that he is no one to be messed with.
Yeah.
So
don't ever mistake my kindness for weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly what I take from that moment. And I like the fact that it's the Russo brothers set up so beautifully, because he's just riding on the elevator, but how he's noticing something isn't right. Everything is cool, but then all these people are getting on, they're surrounding him, and he's just, his senses just, he doesn't have spidey sense like Spider-Man, but just natural human instinct that something is wrong here. I'm being set up.
And he always went with and if you notice, Rogers always went with his instinct.
Yeah. That's human instinct. That's what he kind of reminds me of, is plain human instinct. He has no senses. It's that I'm being set up here, so I'm going to have to just come out, defend myself. Hits the line. He warns them, okay, you stay on. This is going to hurt. So I'm not going to hold back. And
Even Frank Grillo, what was his name? He was also he was later Crossbones
Mm-hmm.
in Civil War. He even said, "It's nothing personal, Cap."
Rumlow.
Rumlow.
Rumlow. Go ahead, Commander. What were you saying?
Yeah, he was saying like I don't mean to do this, but it's nothing personal here, and that that once it was done, Roger says felt personal.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the scene. And I love the scene after he's done his whip ass scene, which I just absolutely love. Never get tired of looking at. You see all the people knocked out on the ground that he's just gotten rid of. And so I just love that. And then it continues, because he takes down that aircraft. And what I like about him taking down that aircraft is that he uses his shield and his skills to do it. He doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have Tony's armor. He doesn't have Thor's hammer. All he has is that shield, and he takes down that huge aircraft just with his skills and his abilities with the shield. And he was able to take that down and make his cool, secure landing. So that fight on the elevator was just a hype moment, because now Rogers is serious business. He's no longer this superhero that spouts inspiration, which is not bad, but he's also a force to be reckoned with. Like Scooney said, don't expect his kindness for weakness. And that's very, very true. Some people think because a person is very kind, they can just walk all over you, but you don't really know
Hmm.
that person. And so that scene, that height
I've,
moment clears
I
that
will
up.
say that
But
I will say that I had many moments like that in my lifetime.
oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I've had two where
Well,
where
that's
people even
again,
though
Mhm.
yeah, that just echoes what we were saying last week. That's a universal theme. We all have those moments where we feel that everybody is, kind of ganging up on us, and you're like, you really like. That's why it's a hype moment, because all of us would love to say, like, you think you can walk over me and think it's okay? Well, no, you got another thing coming.
oh exactly, and even physically, even if we physically can't fight, there's other ways we can react the way Rogers did. We don't, maybe it could come
Mhm.
in other ways. It could come in a speech. It could come in words. I've had to do it myself on my job several times where people thought, well, she's dyslexic, so she probably doesn't have, she's not that educated, she doesn't have any common sense. And then when they see me, stand up to them, they get quiet, and then that's the end of the conversation. And so that's, like Spoonie said, that's why that moment is universal, because even though maybe physically we can't do it, but there's other ways we can show that, yes, I'm kind, I'm compassionate, I'm understanding for you, but you push me too far, you're going to see,
You don't
you're
know
going to
what
get
I'm
bit.
capable of if you push me too far.
Yeah. If you push me
Hmm.
too far, you don't know what I'm capable of or what I would do to protect whatever it is I'm standing up for, with
Mm-hmm.
however far I go to stand up for to protect. Which leads me into my other hype moment the film has so many, but I'm not going to drown you out. And is the freeway fight between the Winter Soldier and Captain America, which is just that's a really super hype moment, because going into the movie, I really didn't. It went beyond my expectation. One reason, again, I love it because it's hand to hand combat, and it's said that
Mm-hmm.
Rogers is unmatched in hand to hand combat, but when he's fighting, he's it's not just out of violence; he's also protecting, because Black Widow has been injured, and there's other people out there that have been hurt, and at this time, and he doesn't know that Bucky is the Winter Soldier, so you see what a machine he is when he has to protect. That's another reason
Mhm.
why I really love that moment. That it's not just I'm just beating up people. Natasha has been injured, and I know Sam is out there, but also I've got to protect these people from this monster of this machine that is the Winter Soldier. And now he just runs right into it. He doesn't. There's no doubt. There's no cunning. He just runs right into them, and they just go at it, and they just keep going at it, and
Yeah, that scene was amazing, because he just comes running in there. Winter Soldier sees him, and he's about to slam his big metal fist right into him. But what does Steve do? He holds his shield up and he catches him like right last minute.
Bong.
yeah. Yes, right at the last minute. You're absolutely right, Schooner. And there's no fear. But the
Yep.
fear doesn't control Steve Rogers. He just flies right into there, knowing that this man is deadly. He's no joke. This is going
Allow
to
me
take me a little.
to add my 2 cents into that too.
Go ahead.
One thing I want to point out was the fact that at it's a culmination of what they were building up with the Winter Soldier during this movie in the from the very start, where where uh where Nick Fury gets shot by the Winter Soldier, and you have Steve coming after him, in that chase scene where he's running through the hallways, and he
Mm-hmm.
and he, and he chucks the shield at the Winter Soldier, and he catches that that right there was a selling point in the trailer, of course, when he throws the shield at the Winter Soldier, and he turns around and catches it. We didn't see him throw it back at him in that
Mm-hmm.
trailer, or at least
Mm-mm.
in the TV spot, of course. But when we did see that, like when we saw that in the when you see it in the movie, you expect nothing else was going to happen. The moment he catches it, he drops it and he runs. No, he catches it and sends it right back at him,
Mm-hmm.
and it
Yeah.
and it caused him to be pushed back several feet.
Mm-hmm.
That was a selling point right there to show how dangerous the Winter Soldier right there. But it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Then we get
Mm-hmm.
the story behind the Winter Soldier
Yep.
through Black Widow of all people, who we already seen what she's been capable of doing since Iron Man 2
Mm-hmm.
and the Avengers.
Yep.
Mhm.
And for
Yep.
her to talk about somebody that with fear in her voice, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
I was saying, say what you will about your thoughts on ScarJo's acting. She is selling the fear,
Yeah.
especially
And I
when she.
love, and not to cut you off, but I love Steve Rogers' reaction to that entire thing. He's not afraid. What's his next line after all that? He says, "So let's see what the ghost wants."
Mhm.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
He knows exactly this path that they're going on is going to run into the Winter Soldier, but he is not afraid. He says, "Well, then let's go find him."
Yep. Yeah. Steve is very confident about taking on the Winter Soldier. He's not. He's not even. And here's the thing. He's not on a revenge. He's not on a revenge. Yeah, revenge train.
Nope.
Even after Nick got shot, like he's just saying this guy's got to be stopped. You know,
But it's
Right.
like
also
Right. Right.
clearly yeah, exactly. Clearly, he smells a cover up. He says that we're asking questions that somebody does not want answered, and they are willing to not only kill, but to use any and all methods at their disposal to do it. So clearly, something big is happening, and we need to find out what it is.
but yeah.
I
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you there, but I'll speed it along real quick just to add in to where I'm going with this. In short, when we finally get that fight between the two of them, that was the payoff
Mm-hmm.
right there.
Mhm.
You got a little taste of what things to come when he threw the shield back at Cap. Then you get the story, from Black Widow, and then you get that payoff at the end. Right there, like that fight between the two. And then not but even though we had that payoff, we now know that once we get to the final act, it really boils down to how the climax is gonna end. Right then and there. Once they face off on that helicopter, like Leia Plus size said, with the whole we didn't here's another thing. We expected Steve to just whoop ass and knock him out and be done with it.
right.
Everybody in that theater, and don't y'all lie, y'all when you see the fist ball up, you see Winter Soldier ready to get his weapon out. You just know that you just think that Captain's gonna just beat him down, and that'll be the end of it, just like every other Iron Man movie and the Avengers have done,
Mhm.
right? No,
Exactly.
this is them punch talk, punch talk, punch talk, punch hug, punch hug, punch. Oh, let's stop. We we shouldn't be killing each other. Now make up. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we weren't. In all seriousness, we didn't know that was going to happen, and we were all for it at that point. We were all for it because the movie has done so good to us for setup and payoff, especially when we got that setup again with the memory scene with him and James Buchanan Barnes. I'm about to call him Bones. Barnes.
Mhm.
When Barnes get that line, "I want you to the end of the line." That's of course the lovely lady Valor has pointed out. He echoes that line to Bucky, and that's what kind of you know snap him out of it, out of the condition to some extent, which of course that's still a talking point in Civil War, which I'm pretty sure we'll probably get into here and there in the stream, or maybe we'll get up to talking about that movie in a bit, some other stream. But if you want to add anything else, Leia Plus Size, I'm willing to move on to Trooper on on the next talk. But if you want to add anything else, go ahead.
Well, the only thing I would say is that you summed up beautifully why that movie is the classic that it is, or why I consider it the best MCU movies. And again, the Russos knew what they were doing. I don't know how they did it,
Mhm.
but they knew what they were doing when you described um him what happened. And I meant to bet the two on the rooftop when he first catches the shield, throws it back at him. Then we hear Black Widow talk about who he is, and then we get that showdown. And when Rogers goes at him, he has to be stopped, because if we don't stop him, he'll kill more people. So that's what he's thinking in his mind before the revelation of who the Winter Soldier really is. And then I just want to say the motivation now turns from, I can't kill him. I'm going to bring this man back around because my friend is not the killer, and I don't think this man is a killer. So I'm going to bring him back to who he was when everybody wanted for Rogers to destroy him. So that's another thing I noticed. Steve's motivation has flipped now that he knows who the Winter Soldier is. It used to be, as you said, fear him, but now it's, I've got to save him from this evil because this is not the man that I know. So all of that is just a culmination of good writing. That's why even if you are doing a superhero film or science fiction, whatever you choose to do, your foundation should always be a good story. You don't waste the story because you have a film that's special effects or it's from fantasy or what is it real. You must have a foundation of a good story in order to sell it, and that's what really makes that work. So I agree with you on that part.
I even enjoyed the fist fight in the story because the fight itself is a language. If you really watch, the fight between Winter Soldier and Captain America is almost a language in and of itself because Winter Soldier is the unstoppable force, Steve is the immovable object, and perfectly emphasized in the one scene where he's coming at Steve almost like a brawler. And what is Steve doing? He's always blocking him in the fight, always waiting for that right moment to strike. And I always found that what I found really interesting is when he gets his shield away from him, that's a subtle callback to the beginning of the movie saying, what are you without the shield? And what does Steve do when Winter Soldier has his shield? He charges right at him anyway. And instead of catching his shield, he avoids it. And he proves that he is more than his shield when he's fighting him, when he's fighting him hand to hand.
Yeah, that leads credence to what happened between him and Betrot Zelipa.
Mm-hmm.
when Betrot asks him, "Are you more than just a shield?" And that's where he meets he basically meets Betrot's challenge, and he actually he answers it, of course.
Yes. Yeah. Because everybody thinks that Shield is they just think that Shield is him, and that if he would be lost without it. But he's proven no, that's not all that makes him who he is.
And what more? How much more can hype can be without the music score, especially when you hear that music score. That's when you know Cap is gonna whoop that ass. That's when you hear that music blur up. I'm sorry, guys. This is a PG-13 stream today, so you know what? I'm not gonna apologize. I'm telling you right now, it's a PG-13 stream. So you know, you guys feel free to swear, but be classy about your swearing.
Mm-hmm.
The score to the score to the Winter Soldier movie is a great score. When you hear the Winter Soldier's theme, you know when he's near, and then like you said, yeah, that's you guys know that how they came up with that sound is they took it's Sebastian Stan's scream from the first Avenger when he fell off the train. The composer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's his scream. If you remember in your mind when he falls off the train, the composer who did the soundtrack for the Winter Soldier just took that scream and I think he revved it up or sped it up and said that's going to be the scream now that's going to be the song, the little ping used for the Winter Soldier. Because Winter Soldier's in the room, they're going to use his scream. So it's his scream. It's just been sped up really fast, and that's why it sounds like that high screech.
So when you think that it's Bucky in his mind that's screaming while he's he's looking through through his own eyes and seeing himself committing these horrible things to possibly good people or people that didn't deserve to die, regardless of what they did that could be awful or wrong. You know, everybody like I've always preached, everybody's a right to life, even the scumbags. You know. I like I preach that like and I stand by that. I stand by it, even if it sickens me that some people that commit
These
really
horrible acts,
really
really
horrible,
terrible acts.
really yeah, very very horrible acts. And you know, there are times I'm like, you know what, some people don't really deserve, but you know what, I'm sticking to my clause that they got a right to live either way, regardless of what anybody says otherwise to me. It's like, hey, if you let me ask you this: are you a Christian person? Do you do you pray for anybody? Then that means you that means even criminals under the eyes of God still deserve a right to life. So
Mm-hmm.
don't come at me, the atheist of all people, trying to tell me, trying to ask me how can I even say that they have a right to a life when you're the Christian that
Hmm.
obviously our roles in that situation should be reversed. You know,
Agreed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
agree.
Well,
and
uh,
that's not to say that I get this from Christians at times. I'm saying I ask them like, well, are you a Christian person? Are you a praying person? Do you pray every day for people to have a good life? Well, yeah. Well, that also includes criminals,
Mm-hmm.
even ones that commit crimes. So
Yep.
you cannot fault me for saying everybody has a right to a life, especially if you
Mm-hmm.
pray every day for those to have a good life. But
Mm-hmm.
I digress. That's a tangent that we can talk about on another stream. I'm sorry, Leia plus size, but we can we'll have to move on now
sure,
after let's go with Trooper real quick. Go ahead,
sure.
Trooper.
Is he ready?
What do you? What do you want to? Where do you want to start?
So it's power fantasy.
we 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 already set up the president, so we start with power fantasies, and then we move on to hype moments.
Power fantasies. Hmm. Well, it's hard to say. I mean, there's like a few films that I can think of in terms of power fantasies. It's, as far as like a hero coming into their own. Um, One I would say that's more or less like a power fantasy, more or less, is if we look at Return of the Jedi.
All right.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
Ooh,
good
that'd be
one.
good.
when
Yes.
Luke is fighting Darth Vader and he says, I'm a Jedi like my father," and so right there he takes on the mantle of being a Jedi, and it's one of those things that if you're sucked into the film, you're just going to keep going. But that is a very powerful moment. That's when
Mm-hmm.
he more or less comes into his own. He's his own person now.
Mm-hmm.
It's throughout throughout A New Hope and throughout Empire Strikes Back, he is more or less trying to live up to that shadow of his father, which of course
Mm-hmm.
we find out in the second film who his father really is, or at least a shadow of what his father is, which more or less kind of shatters his view of what he thought he knew, and then that
Yep.
kind of tips everything on his head. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can think of
I
an. I
agree.
mean, I can think of others. It's
But I agree with what you're saying, Trooper. It's just like back what Leia plus size was saying about when Steve finds out who the Winter Soldier truly is.
yeah,
When he finds out that Darth Vader is his father, his motivations change. It's not just about fighting the Empire. It's
yeah,
stopping the Emperor. It's about saving his father.
yeah, and another power moment. If we go to Red Sonja, is more or less Varna's sacrifice, because that's what begins Sonya on her journey. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it's, I mean, yeah, you could say that it's a revenge moment, but I don't see it that way because,
Hang on, Trooper.
you
Let
know,
me address the chat real quick because they seem a
mhm,
bit be a bit lost. Guys, when I mean power fantasies, it don't necessarily mean beat downs. I mean, what gets you what did you read, watch, or played as far as like games concerned, got you through the day, you remember that moment in, say, a book or a movie or a TV show or video game that actually kept you going through life. Like you were at your lowest, but then you remember, Well, what did Hercules did in Legendary Journeys, or like you remember what did Superman do in the animated series, or Smallville if you watch Smallville? I'm talking about what kept you going throughout life. What are the life lessons that you learned through these power fantasies? What are things that you overcame through these power fantasies? It don't have to necessarily be the physical. It could be spiritual. It could be mental. It could be philosophical. What empowered you to get through life? It could be the Bible if need be. It can even be that. It could be Beowulf. That's what I mean. Like even Arthurian legend. What changed? What medium helped you go through changes through life? That's what I'm
Well,
saying, guys.
well, then what you're really saying is the realization of the hero. You're more or less referring to a flashpoint within an arc of a story where the hero has to make a choice and or
Right?
to either become a hero or to fail. Or, but at the same time, we're also talking about moments that determine, or rather, events that lead up to what a hero does next, because they don't start off as being heroes. And I think we talked about this when we were talking about, was it identity representation? Because someone is a hero doesn't necessarily, or someone tells you they're a hero doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it is.
Yep.
It's easy. It's easier to skate by without having to write a narrative. When I was referring to Varna's sacrifice, we're in the temple. The female paladins are having to beat back, Gedrin's forces. Now Varna could have done one of two things. She could have either, ran and recoiled, or she could have stayed and fight. Staying and fighting meant certain death. To make her way out of the temple, to at least, because we got to remember, when you're up against an immovable force, you can either do one of two things. You can either go at it head on, or you can step out of the way and lose that particular battle, but there's still a war to be won. So, Varna cut her losses, snuck out of the temple, and in sneaking out of the temple, it cascaded a whole bunch of events that led to Sonya starting her journey. But in doing that, she ended up having to sacrifice herself. So, I mean, if we're talking about power fantasies, I can think of a few too. But I mean, when I think of a power fantasy, I also don't necessarily think of them as moments. Also, I mean, they could also be montages.
Yeah.
A good example of a montage is Conan the Destroyer, which is literally the opening credits when you have Queen Taramis and Bombata, more or less, hunting down Conan. Just the Morricone score right then and there. Just
Bum, 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 bum,
yeah,
bum, bum, bum,
and
bum,
that sticks with you. What
bum,
also
bum.
sticks with you is the sound of the hoofs, and what also sticks with you is the neighing of the horses.
Yeah, like the build
So
up.
yeah, so I mean that's another way of building yourself up. If you're thinking of a power fantasy, what you're really thinking about is how do I attack a problem, or how do I deal with the problem. A hype moment is slightly different. A hype moment is something that encourages you to really get excited about yourself. And,
Mm-hmm.
and while they kind of seem to be one and the same, I mean, they're not. I mean, it's how you approach a problem. A hype moment is just to kind of get your blood pumping. Power fantasy poses the question of what will you do? What will your next move be? So, when I think of power fantasies, there's a moment in Gattaca where Vincent has finally gone through all the tribulations he had to get into that rocket launch to make his way to Titan, and it's the last scene that's really really sums up the whole film. because as Vincent's making his way to Titan, his dreams are being realized, and he had to go through a lot to conceal himself because
Mhm.
we gotta remember he wasn't the ideal hero, if you will. He was a degenerate, so he was naturally
And
born, naturally
and
conceived, so naturally defective. Yeah.
they called him the
So
invalid. He's just the invalid.
yeah, he was invalid. So, and if I'm talking about hype moments, I mean a good hype moment's when Mama lets loose the turrets or peach trees. I mean that's a good hype moment. I mean I love stuff like that. So,
Yeah,
another good one.
That was a great moment because she just literally unleashed a full fury on Judge Dredd. And what happened? They go into the field. Judge Dredd grabs the one guy and throws him off, and he stares down Mama, like saying, "I took your biggest hit, and I'm still standing here."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a hero realization moment from that film is when Dredd runs out of ammo, and he's leaning. He's on the floor against the wall, and he says, "Wait, wait, wait," and of course the villain starts to
He
monologue.
starts monologuing.
Yeah,
No, he starts monologuing.
and that's the power moment being is Anderson becomes a judge in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like up to this point, she was shying away from using her psychic abilities, which they kind of help her through a lot of her issues, but she also has to build up self-confidence, and she has it by that time. So
Right.
by the time we get to Mama being thrown off the ledge and peach trees and ending up as being road splat at the bottom, and she says, I was automatically disqualified when I lost my sidearm. So I mean, at that point, she had fully come into her own. So that was kind of cool seeing that, because I mean, up to this point, who talks to Dredd like that? So no one talks to Dredd like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Except for the chief. Except for Chief Justice.
You could argue that too. I mean, but yeah. So I mean, there are a few. I mean, if we go through film, thinking,
I would say this: the Chief Justice, or at least the person who was
like a hype moment.
who was Did he go? Are you still there?
Yeah, you talk about Trooper.
Yeah, I'm still here.
You kind of blanked. I was gonna say the lady who was explaining Johnson, she does speak to. I'm not saying she outright disrespects Dredd. She speaks to him with such reverence, though. I'm just saying like you say that, like who else talks to Dredd like that except for authorities of the Justice Department.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, in that moment, I mean, she takes on the authority of being a judge. I mean,
Right.
Up until then, she's a cadet in training.
Right.
So, I mean, that is the big difference. I mean, yeah, okay, sure, your boss is going to be, slightly whatever, but what I'm really getting at is who is going to communicate with you on a level that you as a hero will understand.
Right.
You go back to the dynamic between Captain America and Iron Man. They have a dynamic that works, but at the same time, they approach each other differently. Even though they're both heroes, and even though Iron Man, looks at a problem differently than Captain America would, there's still a semblance of a dialogue that they share there. In terms of Steve trying to shield, Tony from the fact that Winter Soldier, committed what he did against Howard Stark. I mean,
yeah, that got really dark when I saw that scene.
And it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be because the
sheer brutality of Howard Stark's murder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially what happened to his wife in that instant too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It goes to show you that these heroes don't have idyllic lives either. So
yeah, but that also is what matches up with Bucky Barnes. Why in Winter Soldier, why he was aggressively fighting Steve Rogers when he says, "You know me," and he says, "No, I don't," because if he acknowledges who he is, he has to come to terms with what he did.
Well, another good example of a power fantasy that actually leads right into a hype moment is from Wonder Woman, and it's No Man's Land.
Yeah.
That's actually a very good one because that actually flows right into the next. So
somebody has to do something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So at that point we see her, instead of, we see her shedding the skin of the Amazon princess and becoming the hero. She's not the god killer yet, but she is now assuming the mantle of the hero. So that's what really No Man's Land is about, and it's one of those evocative scenes that speaks to you if you're watching it within the right context. And then it goes right into the hype moment when she starts battling the Germans, and it's pretty cool to watch because that's exactly what you would expect from Wonder Woman. You wouldn't expect anything less. And then she is still able to rally the men behind her, and even like we said before, even though she doesn't need she doesn't necessarily need them to accomplish her end goal. If we're talking about the church and we're talking about that power jump, because I think we've already discussed it before. The whole,
we discussed it.
the
whole blowing up the church.
Yeah, the whole point is she's able to rally, and keep the morale, with the people that she's with, and she's able to show that, everyone does have a purpose, however small that is, to affect a bigger change. So
yeah.
So there's that. I can think of, gosh, I was also thinking of, well, you know what, I had Jedi Fallen Order. I had a video game on here, and the reason that I had that was it had to do
definitely Fallen Order. I've beaten that game. I have an idea where you're going with this one. Continue, dude.
Yeah, it happens on Illume, basically. And it's almost like Binary Sunset. It's the same thing. We're Cal, is on Illume. He's by himself. Everything is now at its darkest moment. And
spoilers for those who haven't played Jedi Fallen Order, by the way.
Which, shame on you, it's one of the few good things that came out of Lucasfilm.
That came out of Disney, yes. And that was because Respawn was, snuck it past, Darth Kennedy, which, there's also now Darth Sarnoff, apparently. So there's that. We're going to be dealing with those two. So we're going to see, who has the bigger lightsaber, because that's what it's going to turn into.
I see your swords is as big as mine.
Basically, because what is it? Gosh, they're wanting to move away from the Snyder Cut so hard, and I'm like, by all means, do it. Like, me personally, I have no vested interest. What's really funny is now watching these Snyder people starting to come to the realization that these big studios want nothing to do with them. It's like, we're going to put out our content that we want, and if you don't like it, sucks to be you. The power fantasy we're selling to you is similar to what Rey does with a whole bunch of boulders towards the end of the film. That's a power fantasy in their eyes. Or the when she learns to when she's tied down in less than 5 minutes, she's able to force manipulate.
That's that right there.
That's
I call
power fantasy now. So
I call that a vanity fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
And a hype moment now is Rose Tico more or less
tasering people.
Well, not even that. Finn is probably getting.
Wait! I got one. I'm sorry. I got one. Her hype moment is cock blocking a heroic sacrifice, because apparently we're not allowed to sacrifice ourselves for something bigger than ourselves.
You can't be altruistic. You got to save the things you love, and then you get that cringe. You get that cringe biracial kiss because the dude's like, I can't do this right now, but I'm getting paid.
I love how it should have ended version of that scene. It's basically these two Imperial officers on the AT-AT walkers, and they're just watching them, and they're like going, that was pretty adorable. Yeah, it is. What should we do? Blast them. And they shoot them.
Yeah, and going back to Fallen Order, Cal has force visions, and he eventually sees himself achieving achieving masterhood. He can see himself laying the foundation for the new order. But obviously that does not, given the fact where we are in Star Wars, there's certain things that can and can't happen in a certain way if we're talking about a certain timeline. They could have gone somewhere else with it. No one says they have to stay in timeline proper, but you know what? It's I'm not the one writing the story, so I can only critique so much.
Mhm.
But long story short, it's he has to make a choice, and he makes the choice, which is to, and we've seen this throughout Clone Wars when we talk about the Emperor's children, but he chooses to basically break a holocron in two and keep the identities of force sensitive children just a secret. And that means he literally sacrifices an entire life that he could have had that would have ended up in ashes anyway. But he does it not for himself, but for the greater good of others. So I mean, power fantasies like that, those are meant to inspire.
Basically, what I describe what the greater good should always be, which is what are you willing to sacrifice for yourself
Right
on
thing.
for the greater good,
But I mean,
not
I can
who you
go
not
ahead.
who you sacrifice for the greater good. Go ahead, Trooper.
But I mean, I can boil it down to something like Ragnarok, where where Thor says, and it's one of those lines that sticks with me a lot, especially when it's something I don't want to do. But it's that famous line, because that's what heroes do, and that line is used several times throughout the film. So when he's busting out of the building, or when he's dealing with Surtur. So
What
yeah,
line?
because that's what heroes do. So
Because that's it. Oh, that's his line. Because that's what heroes do.
yep. Yeah, I mean, a hype moment obviously is Immigrant Song in the last montage of Ragnarok.
Mhm.
That's a good hype moment. So
Ah, ah, ah. I'm like, yeah, boy.
well, yeah, because at no time throughout any of Thor's films do we really see any real strong, like, if you want to go with Nordic influence or any type of strong Anglo influence at all. I mean, they're nice set pieces, but you don't get any backstory really. It's almost implied that the backstory, and that of the nine realms, and what the world tree is, and it because of Thor's films just being just what's the best way to put it? Thor's world is already massive. So I mean, it has to be boiled down to, okay, we're in Asgard. Okay, Asgard is good. All right, cool. Let's move on. Oh, okay, now we're in Midgard. Okay, that's where I'm at. I'm a little Earth, so I'm in Midgard. Unless you follow Norse myth, you're gonna miss a lot. And a lot of it was boiled down, but honestly, what really gets your blood pumping is Immigrant Song. So, and you can go on YouTube, and they'll tell you, why certain songs, evoke a certain type of reaction, where, you feel like you just want to pick up an axe, ride a horse, and just start, start beheading some whores, if you will. But I mean, that's what hype moments are meant to do. So, yeah. So, I mean, they're meant to galvanize, if anything. I mean, that's what a hype moment is. I mean, I can think of Dragon Age Inquisition, when, at the end of the first act, the Inquisitor has to go up against Corypheus. And,
Yeah.
that's a good one too, because that plays more like a film than it does a video game. Detroit Become Human, I wasn't going to even bring up Detroit Become Human, because in retrospect, after playing the game and really loving it, I can see how they injected some stuff into it, but it didn't take anything from the game. It kind of echoed more or less the civil rights movement of the 1960s, which is great. because unfortunately, the mantle wasn't taken up by subsequent generations, and here we are. But in the sense of, you have these androids that are becoming sentient, and it's anything and everything to keep them from gaining full sentience. Because if they gain full, if they gain full rights as citizens, guess what? Now you have to deal with the problem of you created life. So, and you see the life of an android through the prism of Connor, if you will.
Right.
That was actually my favorite. I don't know. He had several moments. I wouldn't say he had like one hype moment in particular, but Connor had several, because he's, for anyone who hasn't played Detroit Become Human, it's like you play it. It literally, it's just a storytelling game. There's hardly any action. There's a lot of button mashing.
Mhm.
As such with David Cage's games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's why I loved Heavy Rain.
Mhm. Yeah. So I mean,
I couldn't get into those games. I'm sorry.
Those are, they're not for everybody.
Yeah, you have to have a taste for it. You really do. I mean,
Mm.
it's not really meant to be, an open sandbox situation as much as the story is laid out in such a way that the decisions that you choose will ultimately affect how you view the rest of the storyline.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and which is fun if you're into that kind of stuff. I've noticed a lot of people that they're like, "Oh, well, there's no action." I'm like, bro, this isn't a first person. This isn't a first person. If you want that, go do Call of Duty. Go do something with no storyline, where you will get no power fantasies and no hype moments, but you'll get a lot of pew pew. So, yeah, like
unless you are really into the story,
Mhm.
like there, make no mistake. I will argue that make no mistake here. First person shooters do have story. Now, how you take into that story, that's all on you, of course. But that I wouldn't devalue any story that any merit that their stories have. Like I like to bring up Doom, which it's simple. It's a simple premise and concept, of course. It's a very simple premise, but there is a lot of lore. At least with the previous two games that's come out, Eternal and 2016, there's some lore that actually can actually empower you as well, like the whole lore of the Doomslayer, the fact that he overcome Hell's minions and all that Hell had to throw at him, and he's still the funny thing is that they try to they on the other hand try to overcome Doomslayer, but it took them to seal the Doomslayer to actually stop him, and they didn't even kill him.
Mm-mm.
And even then, once he got released, their problems grew exponentially. So in a way, what Doom is really saying is that anything. I will say this as a person who's played these games, the story is telling you is that your enemies should be more afraid of you than you are of your enemies. So any SJW that tells you you can't simply blow a hole through Mars, you blow a hole through Mars.
well, here's my thing. I would argue that Doom is not a mega franchise.
No, it's not.
And see, that's the big difference between
It can get there, but it's not.
Doing something like Call of Duty and doing something like gosh, I keep thinking of the other competing franchise, which is what I want to say. I want to say Battlefield. Yeah, I mean, those have loose narratives, but they're not meant to actually like. I hate to say it, they're not meant to actually interact with the game. I mean, most of the time you're just meant to be there to shoot things.
Yep. So you're basically just behind the wheel.
Yeah, more or less.
And we can also bring up Gears of War, which have had its fifth entry now, which I haven't continued yet in a while.
You're never going to beat the original 3.
No, you can't. No, you will not.
Yeah.
But there's something about that too. Like Dom, one of the cogs, Dom, you know, you could say what you will about the builds and the bodies of the cog, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but that doesn't negate the fact that they're still human in characterization, like Dom looking for his wife throughout the story, which concluded itself. His whole arc basically concludes in three, but his storyline concludes in two, which we all know what happened in two
Yep.
Mhm.
when he finally finds his wife, which
All
still a
around
lot of
me
people.
are familiar faces.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're touching Donnie Darko territory right there.
But
yeah,
So,
yeah,
but
just
yeah, yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
beautiful.
When that happened, like yeah, I nearly broke down too because I know the feeling of losing a loved one in that
mhm,
regard. I'm not
right.
gonna say how it happens, but those who are Gears of War fans should know what we're talking about when we mention Dom's wife, and of
Mm-hmm.
course what happens to Dom in Gears 3. Least character wise, he's a shell at this point in Gears 3 after what happened. And one thing I gotta say about Gears is they portray war as hell really well.
Mhm,
That should never be overlooked. War is hell in Gears of War. That's why it's called Gears of War. The gears they keep turning.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of whether they have a relative, especially in four, where they have some modicum of peace after the gr- the locust cog war, or at
Mm-hmm.
least whatever you want to call that. There's still some conflict going on even between humans, because we all know that once we fight off the very thing that unifies us and finally kill it, we go back to killing ourselves, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
which is usually the inevitable thing that happens next, which is a sad wheel of fate there. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to take too much and go on a diatribe there. Go
Oh no,
ahead, Trooper.
no, keep monologuing.
Yeah. Yeah. You could say I'm a maniacal villain.
Uh, I don't know. Well, I don't want to say I lost my train of thought because I really didn't. I mean, I
I
was
mean, you were
thinking.
talking about Call of Duty. You were talking about
Oh, I was gonna. Well,
Detroit be human. You know, becoming human and all
yeah,
that jazz.
I was waiting for you to bring up something like Fallout 76, and it's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, I'm like, that's more,
That has
that's
no
more
story.
environment. That's more environment than any,
That
or New
that's
Vegas.
a
New Vegas is even
bruh.
worse. But hey,
Bruh.
they
You know, I
got
was
Wayne Newton to
hoping
do
if I
something
had.
that was cool.
I'm just saying. I was hoping, and I was hoping so badly as we're playing that game. I was hoping at the end, of if there was ever a story at the end, it was actually a simulation in a vault.
Hmm.
You're in a vault the whole time.
Hmm.
Still, I was hoping that was going to be. I was like, whoa, that's deep. That is deep.
I gotta like kind of review in my head and see if there's like a really good like power fantasy in Kong versus Godzilla. I gotta see if there's a good one in there.
All I think when every time I see
I mean
Kong
the
versus
best.
Godzilla,
I mean the best.
I keep thinking the ending to Robot Jocks. For
Well,
those who've
because
seen
like a
Robot Jocks.
good hype moment is when freaking fake Gina Carano gets like gets raffle stomped. It's like the freaking fake villain of the story. I was like, oh, she's road splat.
Mm.
Right, moving on. So
Spoilers for those who haven't seen GBK. Dang it, Trooper.
it's
Yeah,
KVG. If once you watch it, you'll understand. It's KVG. That's what it is.
it's still KVG after all these years, because even the first one was called King Kong versus Godzilla,
You
the
know.
original.
I don't know. I mean,
And
if
it
I can
still
think it,
follows the same in a way. It kind of follows the same beats as King Kong versus Godzilla.
mhm. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it does. It really does. Um, I happen to think a
Got
good
anything for that sequel trilogy? Hell, it's basically a carbon. It's almost a carbon copy of King Kong versus Godzilla, and yet we still loved it.
Well,
Oh,
when Kong picks up, his Mjolnir, if you will.
That's funny that you guys didn't catch the fuck you underneath my breath.
That's when he really becomes the king of monsters. Really, like
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even King Kong had his own little mini hero's journey in that film. So
Mm-hmm. Oh,
so that was
definitely.
cool to see. As far as a good hype moment, going to Guardians of the Galaxy is when they're breaking out. When they're breaking out of the hold facility, and
Mm-hmm.
and the plan comes together, and it turns out that Rocket cobbled, you know,
Essentially, just planned everything to go according to plan. Everybody did exactly what he told them to. Even
yeah,
Quill, when
yeah.
when he was just playing a joke on him, of course.
And the best part about that is that like movie does actually play an important role in either a hype moment or a hero's realization. It really does, because that's one of those few moments where the music really does like all the storytelling right then and there. Because the moment it kicks in, it's like you're on that ride too. Bum 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 bum,
Mm-hmm.
and that sticks with you. So
Especially in part two.
yeah, it really does. It
When they
really
blare
does.
that song again, it really gets you hyped up. Like, oh yeah, they about to kick some ass.
Yeah, or a good hype moment is when they actually introduce the Guardians in Infinity War.
Yeah.
Using Rubber Band Man. So you
yeah,
know,
speaking of
it
Rubber
goes.
Band
Yeah, it goes to
Or,
show a big contrast between Infinity War and
bruh,
Endgame.
you know what got me hyped in Guardians? Now that you bring it up. When the chain starts playing and Quill summons up the power of his
Oh yeah.
father and start just slugging into his father's face, bruh.
Mhm.
I was mimicking that movement so hard. I was like,
Well,
yeah, get him, man, get him.
well, that's one of those. That's one of those that's kind of mixed in with maybe like a revenge moment, but not really, because I mean, he finds out how his mother dies.
Yeah,
And it's like he flat out tells him, you killed my mom. So, and
yeah.
it's like, yeah. So, I mean, it's one of
I
those that's
he,
pretty mixed. I
the way
mean,
how I
it's just,
see that though, but the
Mhm.
way how I saw that was the moment he rushed in on his father like that. It's like, now like you killed my mom. Now you're trying to kill my family. Not today, sonny.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And that's where it goes along with the beat, which is funny how it just flows with the beat too, where
Mhm.
he's punching and you're just hearing. I'm guessing it's the drum beat. You hear that boom, boom, and you just see him just punch those boom, boom, boom. I was like, oh yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
get him, Quill, get him. He about to bury Drax and he about to bury Drax. He's about to squash Rocket and Groot. He's about to immobilize uh Yondu and all that. I'm like yeah, get him because he about to kill our family, man.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I
Uh
was going to go back to those y'all make such good points. I was going to go back to Troopers when he first started, and I don't know if it was the hype moment or the power fantasy where he talked about Luke Skywalker and Return of the Jedi. Um,
Yeah.
I was just going to add. I was just going to add to that. My first hype moment would be when he appears to rescue Han from Jabba when
From
everybody else
Jabba's
is sort of
palace. Yeah.
yeah, and it opens up, and we see now that he is in full Jedi mode,
Hmm.
which tells us that he's gone through his training and he's now ready. He's mastered his Jedi skills. But I
Hmm.
also think a power fantasy moment is the ending of The Empire Strikes Back, where they're on the medical freight, and even though he's been beaten emotionally and his electronic hand put on, there's just something in his face that says determination, even when he's talking to Lando saying, we're going to rendezvous on Tatooine when the movie ends. And it's
I
not,
know. I know exactly what you're saying. Yes. What is
yes,
he? because what does he do? He goes over to Leia and puts his arm around her and lets her know it's
Well,
gonna
what
be
it
okay.
is, I mean, you have to look. You have to look at Empire Strikes Back, or rather, like when we take Empire Strikes Back, Empire Strikes Back, that is the height of Imperial authority. So
Mhm.
Finish your statement, Trooper, and we're gonna move on to Schooner after this.
so to get to Leia's point, to kind of drive that point, you have to look at where the heroes are at, because they're not in a good place. So
And we can also circle back to these things when we get to the fun talk. I don't mean to cut you off
so
there.
so we're contextualizing adversity. I mean, that's what makes that moment. If you look at all the heroes are in a terrible place. Han is in carbonite. Luke has just now taken a step closer to becoming more like his father. Leia had to admit to the fact that she actually did have feelings for Han, only to see him frozen before her eyes. And even Chewbacca with his life bond could not save Han from his fate. Like, all of our heroes are in a terrible place, but that last scene is when you're starting to see the rebels kind of
Lose.
well, not even
Yeah,
lose, but like when they're
but
all gathering together, they're all rallying their forces, and
Oh
they
yeah,
take
yeah, yeah.
off into the depths of the
Second
galaxy. I
win.
mean,
They're building up their second win.
they're building up their second win, and then the music kicks right in. I mean, it is a power fantasy in the sense of it's
You fall down, you
overcoming.
get back up.
Yeah, it's how many times
It's
you get up.
yeah, that's how I took it. That
basically exactly. It's the Empire has now played their hand. Now we play ours.
Yeah,
We're in the
that's
end game.
yeah, that's how I took that. Well, their end game was their sequel was a lot better. Sorry, but they they handled it. Lucas handled it better when he said
yeah,
end game. He handled it much. Got to be honest. He handled the Empire Strikes Back ending, then end game. In end game, they are thoroughly defeated.
yeah.
But in Empire Strikes Back, just as you said, Trooper, yeah, they've had these, but there was this, okay, okay, like you said, you made your move, get ready, we're gonna make a comeback. We may be knocked down, but we're not out. And
hmm
Luke just has this determination on his face. And then when he says we're gonna rendezvous on even when he gets the arm put on, he looks like, all right, we good to go? Is it working now? Great. I'm gonna go back I'm going to go back to Dagobah. I'm going to get this training, and then we are going to go back, and we are going to be ready for these guys when they come back. That's the most. When I left the theater, when I first saw it, and I left the theater, I didn't feel as downtrodden as I did in Endgame, where they are just thoroughly gutted. There is no moment
Yeah,
where they
yeah.
said we are going to come back, and we are not knocked out. And
Nah,
some
what they
people don't.
did was that we have a way to we're basically doing we're pulling a Majora's Mask here, where we play a Song of Time and go right back to where we started. Save your game before you do. Go right back to where you started, and then correct all your mistakes. Thank you.
Well, and it's also
Thank you
one of
for
those
proving my point
things
that, that
where,
that you guys don't know anything about learning from your mistakes. Thank you
well,
for teaching our kids for not learning from one's mistake. Thank
it
you.
also goes back to the fact that at this point they weren't even worried about closing out the arcs in a way that were meaningful. It was more about
Exactly.
setting up the next phase of the MCU. Okay, we got to have this senseless montage to show a whole bunch of man-hating females. Okay, we got to have this montage,
Agreed.
of Captain Whammon taking out the Dreadnought in one fell swoop because she's just that great.
Again, I have a rewrite for that.
Well, I would have just written. I would have had her self-deleted before we did the film. So.
Now, I will say this: I would have a different actress playing her. Of course, I would have just fired Brie Larson. It worked. It worked
Well,
because
I
it worked
would have.
so well with Mark Ruffalo and Ed Norton. So nobody cared about the change that much. I mean, people still whine about Norton being the Hulk and everything, because considering what they did with the Hulk at the end of this movie, and considering where Ruffalo's mind has been
Right.
for the past few years.
I wouldn't have
But
even
I'm
gone
just
that
saying.
far.
I'm just saying, like, I would have recasted her, but I would have written Carol Danvers to show up when right after Shield showed up.
No. I think I've already said where I would have gone with it. I would have gone with it as far as it literally would have been a retelling of The Fugitive. And then I would have had all of freaking Hollywood freaking, making
No.
all
I'm
these
saying
comparisons.
the like they denied where I'm going with this in Endgame specifically. They denied us another Shield in jumping in as the reinforcements. Like the Shield moment was where they try to stop the first Quinjet from launching the nuke, which they did get the second Quinjet out to launch it because it's still the Avengers movie, so the Avengers going to save the day anyways, right? But that was
Right.
that was a shield. Well, I'm talking about where I'm going with this with the Shield moment. That's Shield still being an active part of the Avengers live, being able to assist them, even though they're an army of humans.
Yeah.
Regardless, they're going to help the Avengers. Same thing with Age of Ultron. That's a Shield moment too, where they come and assist them, trying to with getting
First
people
off, Gary,
off the
how did you hide that hell carrier? But I don't care because it's a movie.
Yep.
Right.
So, like I said, again, we were denied Shield, especially when Nick Fury and Maria Hill got wiped by the snap. Like that was their moment to come back and say, let's get to business and help the Avengers out. There's a lot of activity over at Stark Industries or wherever you want to call that location. Let's go help them out. That's what like they would have came right in, and of course as a bonus, we would have got the Agents of Shield from the series
That
coming
would
in.
have.
That would have been a bonus.
Basically what you're saying, Commander, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, that's the strength of Return of the Jedi. Because in Return of the Jedi, you gotta B and C story going along. You have Luke, Han, Leia on the planet
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
Ewok, indoor. They've got to get the
Mhm.
shield down. But now you've got Han and the other commanders in space. They've got to battle the Empire
Lando.
and Lando. He's got his crew. He has to command to have the army to come in so they can take down the Death Star. And then you have also the personal issue with Luke and he's having, but they all connect. So everybody, you got these three parts going on to help each other. So I get what you're saying. It's kind of that's what Endgame should have been. You have the
Yeah.
Avengers that have to do. We've got this stuff going on, but now we got to bring in these Agents of Shields to handle the rest of this stuff, and
So
that's
yeah,
where they fail. That's what they failed. That's
where
the Endgame
where
should
I
have been
was
Return.
going with that was I was going to have the helicarrier take on Thanos' ship. You got the ultimate landing platform against
Mhm.
a very powerful alien ship, and their powers is almost just as equal. But soon as
Oh,
Thanos' ship is start,
that would have been an excellent moment too, because the Hellcarrier is fighting Thanos' ship, and it's not doing so good. But then who comes swooping in? The Guardians of the Galaxy with their ship and assisting the
you know
Hellcarrier.
something.
Right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I was going to say with my recasting of the actress, I was going to say Captain Marvel was going to pop in and meet and run up to Nick Fury and say, "Hey there, hey there, Commander Fury. At ease, Captain." You know,
I
have,
wouldn't have
have that,
even gone that far. I would have gone somewhere like what's up, old man?
something like something
Yeah.
establishes that
Yeah.
like I said, so many missed opportunities with Endgame, but we can talk on and on about this, but let's move on to Schooner now.
All right. Well, I decided. Oh, sorry about that. Hang on. I just dealt with a little thief.
Oh, you all right?
What's your pet
Well,
doing?
Well, my pet just came up on my table and just stole one of my Cheetos. You little thief!
Oh,
Yeah,
Wow.
oh,
yeah,
oh.
yeah.
You
My
gotta spare
cat when I first got him, and he was a rescue cat. I think I've told the story already. He
Yeah.
has that thing for jalapeno Cheetos. So I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I feel the pain.
You know what? I'll add to it too. My dog, rest her soul. She I call her Thief Dog.
Mm-hmm.
And she and when my niece would be staying over, I keep telling my niece, stop leaving your food out in the open. Tell me when you're done so I can finally put it away so that the dog won't get it. And she won't tell me. And she walk away and she comes back, Uncle, what happened to my food? I'm like, that's what you get. You let your food unattended, and now you let your food unattended, and now Missy done got it, and now she's gonna get sick because of you. I shouldn't have said that at that moment. Now I realize I shouldn't say that to my niece like that. But hey, she had to learn. That's just how Leah knows. Leah knows what's up. That's how we talk to our children in the black community.
Mm,
Like,
Yes.
like what you do is your fault. You need to learn.
I can't see your truth. Your truth is your truth.
My cat has the cojones to jump on the table and take one of my Cheetos and then just doesn't eat the Cheeto. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Commit. If you are just at the very least commit. If you're gonna go that far.
Yeah,
Oh,
my dog was a klepto. She's a freaking klepto when she was still around. Like she was still my mom's boyfriend at the times. She attempted to steal the pants while he was getting himself ready and stuff.
mhm.
And I'm hearing him saying, Missy, give me back my pants. Give me back my pants. He says my name. He says, "We tell Missy to give me back my pants. We give me." I'm looking as the dog is running with belt in her mouth, dragging pants behind her like it's nobody's business. And I'm thinking, what this dog gonna do when she finally get the pants underneath my bed? Because that's where she puts all her booty in
Yeah.
underneath my bed, having a treasure trove of rotted food, which I gotta clean out myself. Chewed up toys from my niece that she take from her bed. That was a long rant. Let me stop.
No.
That was turned into a long infamous rant from the Wolf Commander. And I need to stop.
Well,
We can
we
go
got love
all
for
day
our pets.
about bad pets. We can go all day
Yes.
about bad pets.
Yes. Our pets have different stories.
Go,
But
but go ahead, Schooner. You have any power fantasies and hype moments?
Yeah, I got some power fantasies and hype moments. Some of my it's really cool. Some of my favorite just off the top of my head. First one is Dr. Seuss's The Lorax, believe it or not.
Oh, nice.
We're talking from a book. One of my favorite power fantasies is not so much the sequence where, in the book where he keeps talking to the Onceler. It's just basically when he leaves. He leaves that little pile and he just looks at the Onceler and he just leaves with this expression on his face and just leaves. And he leaves that little message that says, unless, which is basically, yeah, maybe I didn't win this, but maybe somebody will. So the Lorax hasn't given up, but instead he's deciding to put his faith in another person to continue the fight. So, and what I always found to be interesting is that at the conclusion of it all is that the person who ends up giving passing the gauntlet on is not so much the Lorax, but the Onceler. He basically says, I made a mistake. I paid for my mistake. And now it's up to you. I have one last seed, so you take it. And I hated the Illumination movie. I hated that movie.
Mm-hmm.
The Dr.
I didn't
Seuss,
care for it.
I
the
agree.
Dr. Seuss animated one is my favorite. But the book will always be sacred. But that is one of my power fantasy moments. It's where, it may be too late for me. Maybe I couldn't do it, but maybe somebody else could. The point is endurance. The fight keeps going. Okay, you win some battles and you lose some battles.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
That makes a
it
lot of
does,
sense.
does.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Good you mentioned Dr. Seuss, despite the evil crazies
Hold
out
on,
there that want to burn his
Professor Geek,
books.
real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay, don't fall in.
Okay, Commander.
What were we saying, Liv? What's that?
I was going to say, despite the evil, crazy nuts out there that want to burn Dr. Seuss books or get rid of them, no, they haven't read the books. They
Yeah.
they they misinterpret how the books are read. These books are masterpieces, and you can and the fact that you say you can get some out of there prove these crazy nuts wrong that really don't know what Dr. Booth. I grew up on his books. I learned how to
Yeah.
read through his books, and the best storytelling. I learned, like I said, I learned how to read from them with the pictures
Yeah.
and the words and everything. So, just the fact you just told that story right there just shows you what the book's all about. It's not
Yeah.
about the who, the what, the if, or the thems, or the these. It's what the theme is about right there. So that was an
Yeah.
interesting choice. But don't continue, Scooney. Let me interrupt you. I just wanted to say how that was an interesting choice to
Well,
mention
but that
Dr.
was most of the themes in almost all of Dr. Seuss's stories. I mean, that was sometimes if you couldn't win the fight, don't despair. There's always somebody who will take up that fight for you, and maybe that person is you, the reader. I mean, even Green Eggs and Ham. I mean, it's the greatest story. Green Eggs and Ham is about being willing to try new things and to persist and to see, do you know if you'll like Green Eggs and Ham or not unless you try it? You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah, that's what I get from that. Yeah, you don't know if you don't like something until you try it.
Yeah, until
Yeah,
you try it and to just fight. And even the what was the one? Was it the Sneakers? The one where we got a star on our bellies and you don't have a star.
right.
Yeah. So and those are that's about discrimination and how you think, oh, the story's about discrimination. No, the real villain of the tale is the one who's selling the stars. I'll remove your star, or I will give you a star. He's the villain because he's just perpetuating. He's perpetuating the conflict.
Yeah,
And
it just
at the very end, he leaves with them all set. He's basically saying, "Ha ha." People will never learn, and that's why people like me will still exist. But in the end, he was wrong because the Sneetches suddenly realize, you know what? It doesn't matter who has a star or who doesn't have a star. We're all Sneetches.
And I'm
Mm.
back.
Hey. Okay, so my second power fantasy moment was actually in season 1 of Westworld. Yes, I know I got on a huge rant the last time we were on here, but it was season 1, episode 2. I think it was titled Chestnut. This one guy is talking about how he has this new lineup for a new storyline, and he called it Odyssey on Red River.
Mhm.
And he's giving this long droll explanation, kind of like he's almost like a marketing sell ploy. And he's talking about how I have violence, I have vivisection, I have all of these great action and explode. It's almost like an executive producer saying, hey, like I got a movie here and we got big explosions, fast visual effects, beautiful women and stuff like that. And at the very end of it, Anthony Hopkins' character just goes, no, we're not going to do it. The titillation, the horror, the elation, they're parlor tricks. The guests don't return for the obvious things that we do, the garish things that we do. They come back because of the subtle things, the things that somebody could not have. What is it? He says they come back because of the subtle things, the details. They come back because they discover something they imagine no one had ever noticed before. And he says they don't come here to know who they are. They don't come here to know who they are. They know already who they are. They come to see what they could be. And I always thought that was interesting because that's what stories are supposed to be. They're not supposed to tell us who we are. They show us what we could be. Could we be the stalwart gunslinger? Could we be the knight in shining armor? That's always what Wolf was saying about power fantasies and this kind of stuff. We like to believe that we would be that type of person, and maybe we could be that person, but maybe to a lesser extent in our own life. Yeah, we may not be the hero who saved the world, but if we, did a good deed, and a good deed goes a long way.
And that's what cancel culture is not getting about stories, or they refuse to admit what makes a story work. It's not the who, it's not the fact that the hero is straight, gay, male, female. It's what the story is supposed to move you, what you could achieve and you could be, not the little interpretation. And that's why they're failing. That's why we're getting a lot of crappy movies and storytelling, because they don't understand what is supposed to make those stories work. They think it's supposed to be little interpretation.
Hmm. Exactly, and that's where why I love the scene in Westworld so much is because he says the only thing at the very end of his little long monologue. He says the only thing your story tells me, Mr. Sizemore, is who you are, and that's really what they are at the end of the day. When you see these SJWs and all these things, at the end it just shows you who they are, where their mindset is, and how really shallow they see the world.
Well, it's not that they don't get it. I mean, what's going on at this point
And they do
is
get it. No, they do get it. That's the unfortunate thing.
they do get it, but I mean, we've gone from teaching values that are intangible to more or less power structures, which leads to I want something more tangible. So we've gone from going inward to going outward. So now we have more or less selfish characters, if you will, and I mean, it,
It's all
okay.
to serve me. Me,
Well,
me.
Well, I mean, if we look at characters, and I hate bringing up Disney Star Wars, but it's the most popular franchise, and it's easier to more or less communicate a point.
Reverence it, basically.
Yeah. So I mean, when we talk
Yes.
about Rey, it's we're talking about a character that more or less is just there as a placeholder for our aspirational hero, because we're not getting one in that film. What we're getting is, okay, she's a hero. Okay, she's mega powerful. You should be like me because I'm intimidating. And really what we're saying is, and I've said it before in other streams, I mean, we've institutionalized failure. And that's what passes for story writing. I mean, when we're
the theme, you see, the theme is failure.
I hate to say it, not everybody gets a participation award, and nor should they.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've gotten to the point where it's a lot. It's a lot easier to worm your way out of having to deal with criticism, as most heroes would have to. Even Superman dealt with criticism, and I hate to say it. Friggin' Man of Steel and that whole Snyder DCEU took it to the extreme. Suddenly we've gone from, Superman is a very altruistic hero and he is always going to do what he thinks is best. But now we've gotten to the point where he can't make a decision without him being critiqued. And the critique should be more important than the decision. And that's where we're at right now.
And that's what the problem is too. They're trying to mold us into this mindset. They're trying to mold a generation into that mindset.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's more or less for the group of kids that are coming up that have not.
Let me rein in real quick
dealt
and
with
quote
Endgame.
Linkara here. Let me rein in. Let me quote Linkara's skit. We should do something. Should we do something? We should do something. Should we do something? That's basically what they're telling us.
We're talking about the generation that did not actually sit, between, Incredible Hulk all the way up to Endgame. I mean, we're talking about all these movies that are coming after. So we're talking about like Last Jedi. We're talking about Force Awakens. We're not even talking about Star Trek 2009 at this point. We're talking about, all these movies that are suddenly now substitutions for actual film. So Scorsese did have it right, when we talk about disposable films and fast food entertainment, because that's what it is. It's a lot easier.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say it's a lot easier to crank out a generic film that doesn't really go anywhere but makes you drop money because of the associated name. We saw something very different with Toho and with Legendary, and now they're calling it, it's a pandemic anomaly. It's another way of writing off the fact that it is a successful film and it's actually defied expectations, because there is a real big difference between, quote, subverting expectations and defying expectations. Subverting expectations is something like what we saw in Last Jedi, where you're basically taking something and twisting it and making a gnarled version of what it was originally intended to be. Defying expectations, well, in reference to film or in any of these franchises, is a film that was not necessarily expected to do well, but because of word of mouth, and also because of decent storytelling, because there is a story there. If you actually pay attention, there is a story there. It defies your expectations. It doesn't subvert them, because to subvert them means that I'm literally taking one narrative and substituting it with something else.
Yeah. This leads me actually into my other power fantasy moment, believe it or not. It's actually, my next one is, let me see, the first one was the Lorax, the second one was Westworld. Okay, yeah, here we go. The third one is actually from the Manchurian Candidate with Denzel Washington and Liev Schreiber.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because there's a moment in the movie where, have any of you guys seen that movie?
Oh, I saw it.
Yes.
Trust me. I remember the creepy. I remember the creepy Meryl Streep scene when she's like,
Yeah, that's
that one.
Yeah, that's nightmare fuel right there.
Yeah, it is.
I don't remember that, but yeah.
You don't remember Homegirl? Freaking taking a little washcloth and drying off his chest. I mean, it's basically saying that she more or less has a unnatural bond with her son.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
crap.
I can see that it's finally starting to sink in. That's what that scene was.
It reminded me of American Horror Story Coven.
Yeah, but I was actually talking about the scene where Liev Schreiber goes to Denzel Washington when they're in the elementary school, and he asks him, Denzel Washington, were we once friends? And Denzel says, you and I are somehow, there's something, they tried to get up. Basically, he says, you and I are connected in some way. I don't know how to explain it. We just are. But he says that there's a level, they can try to put layers of control over us, but there is something deep within us that they cannot touch. There is something that they will never be able to get to, and that is what our key to defeating them.
Oh, and yeah, it's like a brother bond, yeah.
Well, but it's also just there. It's like Liev Schreiber's character is basically saying they've beaten me. I'm already under their control, and he says, "No, you're under their control because you've let them. If you fight back, you can defeat it. You can beat it. Okay, that's because that's what we are as people." And that's always was important. And I always loved that scene. But of course, and he says, that's how we beat them. That's how we win. And Liev Schreiber's character basically says, you disappoint me. You didn't think they saw this coming and they factored you in.
Well, that's another way of saying, I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. So they get Denzel Washington under, they put him under basically, and now he's on autopilot. But that's what leads to the great scene at the end of the movie, is that it's Liev Schreiber who actually decides to finally, he breaks the control.
Yeah, because it's another way of saying that the human condition is the cure to technology, if you will.
Exactly. And that's always what I thought was interesting, is that despite all the social engineering that's being done to us, there's a level
right now. Yeah.
There's a level that they can't touch within us, that we are, we just need to just say no, to not be afraid to say no.
Well, it's another way of saying technology is no substitution for the human soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's because I remember that moment. I remember that moment in the film that you're talking about, and in reference to like the last scene montage where he's able to, for like a second, he's in the crosshairs of that target, and and he does what he does. And, like, if you haven't seen the movie, I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's a really good film, and you should see it if you can find it in a $3 or the $5 bin at the used media, store. You should definitely grab that one. That's one of Liev Schreiber's really good films, and it's one of the few times that you'll actually see him working with Denzel. So
yeah. And that was my favorite scene because he basically the thing about the character of Raymond was that he just needed somebody to tell him take control.
mm-hmm.
And that's all, and that's what he that was a empowering moment because he just says take control. You think that you stand against the tide. Yeah, it's going to be massive and I'm not sure if we'll win, but take a stand. That's really what he's saying. Take a stand. Because at the very least, it's not for the sake of whatever they're trying to do, at least because Liev Schreiber's character was a mess. I mean, professionally, he was a successful politician, but he was a mess. He had nobody. He stood alone, and he kind of didn't have really any reason or self-respect. And he just says, and Denzel Washington's character essentially said, take a stand and give yourself a reason to look at yourself in a mirror.
Well, you got to remember, I mean, his personality was literally stripped from him. I mean, for anyone who's hasn't seen the film, let's put it this way: Meryl Streep's character goes to a greater extent to preserve the picture perfect image that she has of her son. And in the process of doing it, she's basically sacrificing her son's soul. Yeah,
but that was another one of my favorite power fantasy moments. Denzel Washington just basically tells him, just take a stand.
Well, yeah, now that we're talking about Denzel, it reminds me of Fallen, which was released in 1988, and it's that last scene where he's at the cabin and he's doing that, his last stand against Azazel. And he almost wins, wins, except for that unforeseen moment of coincidence. And the entire time you're hearing the narration, you got to watch the film. If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it's such a good film. And that is a power moment. That's literally what Schooner's saying is acting upon a problem to. For crying out loud, just to solve it or just to get through it, and hopefully that you're able to land on 2 feet. At this point, it's just about sticking the landing. It's not about whether you hit it on 2 feet or you hit it straight on.
You owe it to yourself to try. That's basically what you're saying. You owe it to yourself to try.
Yep.
And
that's what PBS used to push before they start bringing in Black Muppets.
So true. So true.
Oh no, I'm in LA. It's like, oh Lord.
Oh, goodness.
Like, Elmo, what have you done? What have you done?
Emma Stephen for against discrimination and ACAB.
That's right.
And for all the little young ones out there, there were people of color or Black people or Mexican, all sorts of people on Sesame Street back in the day. For all you little youngies out there, but for me, remembers it, and it was no big deal to us. We didn't care. They didn't overly preach it. They didn't push it. They were who they were.
Did we also kind of forgotten that we had Storytime, who was led by a Mexican host?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 Mexican hosts.
Yeah, exactly.
One of young age. Boy, was she spicy looking. Excuse me. Sorry. Another one of an elderly age. Hang on, guys. I'll be back.
Oh, okay.
What else was on your list?
Yes, go ahead, Tony.
The next one is, believe it or not, actually Jack from BioShock.
Okay.
It's that moment when you have to either adopt or harvest the first little sister, and I always love that scene because it puts the choice in the power on the player. And it's that scene where you can either save the little sister or harvest what she had, the atom that she had consumed. And the child will die if you harvest, but the child will live if you quote unquote adopt.
See, and that's the part that sucks now, because a lot of these RPG games are not getting those type of choices anymore. That's
exactly. They're not giving us those types of choices anymore. But what I love in that sequence is that you're staring at the little sister who's shriveled and afraid. And most people miss this, but if you look right above her in graffiti, the word splicer is written right above there. So
I'm back. What did I miss?
My next favorite power fantasy is from BioShock.
Okay. I figured you were talking about BioShock when you mentioned Splicer.
Yeah. Well, the scene where you actually Jack from BioShock, when you have to decide whether to adopt or harvest the little sister.
Right.
Your first little sister. And it's really cool because you see the child right there. She's shivering and she's scared. Atlas is in your ear telling you on one side, that's not a child anymore. Then you got Tenenbaum on the other side telling you that you can save the child, and you got to make a choice. And that's putting the power back in the player. What is the player's choice? And right above the child in graffiti is written Slicer. So already the whole, it's your choice.
right.
Now, would you kindly?
Yeah. That's another thing, too, that I always thought that was interesting. Atlas could have said, would you kindly? But he didn't. Instead, he decided to leave the choice entirely up to the player.
A man chooses, a slave obeys.
And I'm glad to say that I chose always to save the little sisters.
Same here.
I don't know. I don't have it in me to be evil.
Same here.
Anyway, but yeah, that was a
now
fun
adults.
Good for you.
They're fair game.
Good for
Children, on the other hand, it depends. It depends. It depends on whether they're child soldiers, and there's no going back.
Well, I mean, that was the beauty of some of these older Star Wars.
Because I'll give you another example.
And with a lot of these older console games, I mean, they'd let you make.
I'm saying I was going to give you guys another example of why would kill child soldiers. Because have you guys heard of a game called Drakengard?
I'm not familiar with me neither. I've never heard of that.
It is a messed up game.
No. That's all you.
Oh dear.
I mean, it's gameplay is like of Dynasty Warriors, a bit clunky at best though. But as you go through the narrative, you're playing a psychopath named Kime, who basically bonds with a dragon, effectively being a dragon rider, and of course the bond runs on FMA logic. Basically, you sacrifice something when you make a pact. I'm sorry, a pact with the with whatever. You can make a pact with with spirits, with gods, with elves and golems, if you will. But your sacrifice. So in the case of Khan, he sacrifices his voice, which means he can't talk. Of course, he's a mute. The pact symbol is on his tongue, which after you make a pact, you get a pact symbol, and it's placed on the location of what you sacrifice. Where I'm going with this is that there's a level where you fight child soldiers, and basically it's an optional mission. By the way, it's not really like a main mission, but it's also optional mission. You're going through killing scores and scores of these kids, and you're hearing them playing, "Help! Help! I don't want to die." Basically, stuff like that, like I'm bleeding. Have mercy! Have mercy! Stuff like that. What's ironic about that whole mission is that the only person who's being the voice of reason is a freaking pedophile.
Oh, geez.
Oh, goodness.
That's why I say it's a really messed up. It's a really messed up game. He's basically your traveling companion. he his backstory. You want to hear his backstory? Probably not.
No,
It's cut out from the American release, by the way. But I'll give you
something
the.
tells me this was a foreign game, not an American game.
It's Japanese.
Oh, okay.
I like how Schooner reacted like that. Oh, okay, yeah. It comes that comes with they tackle stuff like that all the time. So that comes with the territory. They're bold,
Mhm. Yeah,
but yeah.
sometimes I think they're a little too bold.
Well, they're. I
But
gotta
then
give.
again, it's just cultural difference.
I'm
Mhm.
saying this is where I give respect where respect is needed for the Japanese. They challenge themselves really hard. They don't. Here's the thing about Japanese. When they tackle topics, they don't tackle with the subject of. Well, let's put that in there to be edgy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least that's how I like to see it. You got some stuff like that here and there, like Gantz and other stuff like that. But where I'm going with this is the fact that it's funny that you're playing these crazies as the main characters in this world. Like you even got a crazy elf that wants to eat children.
Oh my!
Yeah,
Wow.
Wow.
yeah,
That's
and
really
and she's
interesting.
the most. And funny thing enough, she's the most broken character in the gameplay because her freaking magic attack kills everything in your path.
Whoa.
You summon her, and the first thing she says is, "Where are my children?"
Jeez.
And even the child member of your group, she attempts to try to eat them. She's like, "Oh,
Mhm.
you're so nice and such a cute little boy. Let me play with you." And freaking Kind just snatches her away from him.
Oh heck no.
That's like the moment where I think the kid would have
You
nunchucks
look
and
so
hold them out and
nice.
say,
I could eat you right. Yeah, no.
I can show you clips, guys. It's freaking hilarious. I'm surprised I got through that game, considering how deep and messed upness it goes, especially when it comes to the main reason why you're playing the game in the first place, which is he's going to rescue his sister,
Mm-hmm.
who long story short, we later find out she harbors feelings. That's now we're talking about mama like a son too much. Um, the sister has hearts for the brother too, which is funny. And funny enough, she's actually the goddess seal. Basically, in this world, there's seals that keeps the world in place. If you break those seals, then the gods, quote unquote gods, come and start mucking stuff up. Um, like I said, check if you guys want to check out the game, check out the story or the gameplay. Go ahead, but yeah, I didn't mean to derail this situation by introducing something effed up. But I don't even know where I came from in that one.
Well, we thought Bioshock was crazy.
Ah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We
We
start with
thought
Bioshock.
Bioshock was crazy, and turns out no, there was an even crazier game.
Oh, it's a series too. The sequel is actually a bit toned down compared to the first one, which is kind of sad because I was hoping that they were going to go that route. Near and Near Automata is pretty screwed up too. But like I said, as if you compare narratively wise, how screwed up they can be, Near Automata does not come close to Dragon Guard at all. Because like I said, your ragtag group of misfits are a crazed soldier that loves to kill everything in sight, except for the little kid in their group. The little kid has a sister that is running a cult of the same guys that's gonna muck stuff up if you break the seals, including the god seal, who is the sister who loves her brother too much.
Just a little too much. It sounds like Discovery there for a
If
minute.
she dies, the world crumbles. You got a best friend who loves his sister, who envies his friend,
Mm.
who turns to the dark side because he envies his friend. And then you run around with a cleric who loves little boys too much. And you run around with a crazed elf who wants to eat children.
I see
And,
a pattern here.
Question: is your character just as screwed up as these guys?
Yep, because he kills child soldiers. He nobody's
But you
safe
said
in this.
that's optional, right?
Huh?
You said that's optional, right?
The mission is optional.
Okay.
It's not part. It's a way to unlock extra endings of the game because there's no single. There's a canon ending, but there's also extra endings that you can do to unlock. But what I'm saying is yeah, that in short, Dragon Guard is pretty effed up. But it's good. It's great because it's so effed up. That's why I admire it so much. And the guy who created it, the guy who written it, you don't even know his face because whenever time you see him, he wears a mask. Yokutaro is his name. I'm pretty sure you guys know who that guy is. For those who've played Nier Automata,
There's a smart guy right there who knows how to keep his face hidden, kind of like Daft Punk.
and I gotta give the man props too because when they criticize 2B's design, he says, "I just like girls."
There you go, right there. Where's the simple answer like that?
That's gonna be my go-to answer for anybody who asks me why I put boobs on animal women. I just like girls.
Mm-hmm.
I love my wife.
Exactly. Precisely.
But continue with your train of thought there, Screen. You were talking about BioShock. I didn't mean to again derail this stream.
Well, that's one of my favorite moments in BioShock because you had to decide were you going to try to be the best of yourself in the worst situation, or were you going to let the worst situation consume you? And it's basic, and it's a question of morality. You know, if civilization is coming to an end, would you surrender and be the worst of yourself, or try to find the best in yourself in the worst situation? And that's what I always thought. That's what I liked about the game BioShock. Let's see. What's the next one? The next one is from, believe it or not, is from Death Note, the anime.
Okay.
It's where Light. It's the moment where Nier. I know. I wished it was L, but I like L a lot. But this is the moment, I guess, where Nier stood out to me. It's when Light gives that whole monologue on why he's God of the new world and why it's so important for him to be what he is and why it's so vital that I be the Death Note, because that I own the Death Note and do what I do because yada, 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 yada. And Nier just basically looks at him and says, yeah, no, you're just a psycho killer. He basically says, no, you're just a murderer, Light Yagami. You yielded to the power of the Shinigami and has confused yourself with a god. And in the end, you're just a psychotic serial killer, and this Death Note is the most dangerous thing in the world. So you're nothing more and nothing less. It's like Nier calls him out on his BS.
Mm-hmm.
Like, throughout the entire series, Light Yagami has kind of been this master chess player throughout the entire series, always justifying what he did. And slowly you start to... That's what I thought was great about Death Note. You start off like... You can somewhat see Light's argument, but then as the series goes on, he's drifting further and further away. And you suddenly are now... You're not only rooting for him, you're like saying, okay, somebody please stop him.
Time to quote Nietzsche.
Yeah, precisely. So that was another one. Let me see. What was another one I had? Okay, I had the Lorax. I had let's see. What was the other one? Crud, I'm forgetting now. Did the Lorax? I did.
You did Lorax, you did Manchurian Candidate, you did
Manchurian Candidate,
Bioshock.
Bioshock. Oh, and yeah, okay. And the next one is actually Morgan Freeman from Seven.
Oh,
okay. I haven't seen
wow.
that one in a while,
Interesting choice. Yes, a long time since I saw that one.
The power moment for that is at the very end of the movie because throughout the entire movie, Morgan Freeman is just seeing the apathy of the world. and he's just disgusted by it. That's why he's leaving the police force. And at the very end of the movie, after Brad Pitt basically surrenders to his darker side and kills John Doe, Morgan Freeman at the end he says, "I'll be around," meaning he's going to stay because he's somebody has to fight the madness in this world, and that's what he's going to do. I always thought that was interesting. He says, after he says, what was it? They said they're going to take good care of Brad Pitt, and he says, well, keep me informed. And they say, well, where are you going to be? And he says, around. I'll be around. Means he's going to stay and he's going to continue the fight, even though the day was lost, but the battle still goes. That's another thing I love, endurance.
Mm-hmm.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? But
that's an interesting way of taking on that with Morgan Freeman's character. I forgot all about that, what he says at the end of the film. And
I think I know what Trooper was going to say, but I don't count that as a bad line read. I think that sells how real his desperation was.
Yeah,
I really do believe that kind of like people like that sounds like a bad line. No, I think that's
a great line read.
How many times have you heard people sound so hysterical to the point where it sometimes it sounds like any bad actor would say like that sounded real. What's in the box? He's exaggerating the what he's saying. Yes, but how many people do you know exaggerate like that?
Yeah,
every Karen that wears a mask now.
Pretty much.
That's what I liked about the scene. It was about his. It was his first. He starts off calm, cool, and collected, and then he mentions his wife, and then he says, "I took her head and put it in a box." And I love the sequence where Morgan Freeman's running back to him, and he's telling him to throw his gun down. And that scene is just so good because it's like the little angel Morgan Freeman on Brad Pitt's shoulder, John Doe, the devil on his shoulder, basically saying, "Become vengeance, become wrath." And he's like saying, it's what he wants. He wants you to kill him. Don't let him win. And you see how Kevin Spacey's goading Brad Pitt. He says she begged for her life. And I love Morgan Freeman because he just says, "Shut up," and he smacks him in the face.
Yep.
He says, she begged for her life, and he says, "Shut up." She begged for her life and her unborn child. And that's when he just slams him right in the face and says, "Shut up."
Yeah.
Yeah, shut up.
But I just love that scene so much because like I said, at the very end, he did his best and he failed. But you know what? He realized that there's worse. He saw the apathy of the world, and then he saw the worst of the worst in John Doe. And he realizes if there's that kind of evil out there, I need to stay right where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
Let's see. What's the next Power Fantasy? Pa Kent from Superman versus the Elite. I love that scene so much. He basically tells Clark after they've, this is the moment where the world, basically the Elite is in, Superman's out, and everybody wants the Elite brand of justice where the superheroes are going and killing all of these criminals, yada, yada, yada. And Superman says, if you do this, you're just going to be creating more bad guys like them, probably worse. And they say, well, then we'll kill them too, yada, yada. And the world is on board with this stuff. And Superman's back on the farm, and Pa Kent basically says to Clark, they sucker punched you. And they basically, what's the word he's saying? He's saying they're just loud. He says, no, I'm sorry. Superman says, I don't think I make them feel safe anymore. I don't know if I can do what I do. And then Pa Kent says, Clark, when people are scared, they have a tendency to hop on who's ever willing to give them an answer. But when they wise up, and believe me, they will, what matters is that you'll be there for them. Mm-hmm. And it's basically, there's a theme here I just suddenly realized. Most of my power fantasies come from just saying, you know what, you got to endure. You got to endure it. Take it,
Mhm.
because, you know, that's the whole point of what you're supposed to do. It's not supposed to be easy. The world is going to basically hit you down, and it's not, as Rocky Balboa once said, not about how hard you get hit. It's about how many times you can get up.
Yeah, true. That's so true.
Mhm.
I agree with that one.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
that was, those are my top power fantasies. Um,
Okay.
That's
my
an
hype
interesting
moment,
one.
yeah.
That is.
My hype moment is actually, I'm going to jump into the superhero genre. Spider-Man 2 is
Hmm.
when, right after Doc Ock has taken Mary Jane from Peter Parker, and Peter Parker's powers come back, and he just drops his glasses and he makes a fist because now he knows what he has to do. It's like, all right, I'm going to go kick some ass.
Agreed. And it leads to a great fight between him and Doc Ock. I love the sequence where they're battling on the train. That's a
Where is
great
she?
sequence.
She's fine. Come up here and we'll talk.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he's just, yeah, and he's just beating him, and they're just fighting each other. And Doc Ock realizes, okay, I can't win this fight, so I need a knockout. So he puts the train in danger and all that. I mean, that was a pretty awesome scene. But,
Yes,
Hmm.
I agree.
but at the very end, you'd realize, wow, that was awesome. That was heroic. And then Doc Ock comes in, and you realize, oh crap, I forgot he did that just so Spider-Man would get tired. And you're like, and it's like, ah, crap.
Yes.
And he's like, what was it? Doc Ock says he's mine. And all of the citizens just basically stand up and say, hey, you want to get to him, you got to go through me.
And he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Whoop.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Great, great action sequence. I agree with you.
He's
The battle.
just a kid. No older
Yep.
than my son.
Yep.
You know, my
Go ahead, Leia Plesta.
I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought. But my dad is a big Spider-Man fan. And he saw the film and he hated when his mask came off. He said Peter Parker should have kept his secret identity. That really, my father had a big fit about that when he sees the movie. He said, I hate that his mask was off. He should keep his secret identity. So I don't know if anybody was bothered by that, but my father hated that. So that
Oh,
shouldn't have happened.
He's old school in that regard. He knows what's up. He
yeah.
Yes.
you you were born you were born by an old school comic fan.
Mm-hmm.
So you know your stuff, Leia plus size.
Well,
You are the genuine article if your father was saying that kind of contention.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
well,
ever discuss that with him?
yes, because he read Spider-Man comics. Spider-Man comics were his favorite comics when he was a kid. He always talked about going to the dime store or wherever and take his 10 cents and get a Spider-Man comic. So he knew that character well. So when this movie came out, he was highly anticipating it. So he really loves that character. Now he loved the movie. He said all the movie wasn't bad, but he just did not like that moment when his mask came off and his identity was showed to everybody, and everybody saw he was a young kid. He said, "No, the superhero should keep that secret identity. Nobody should know who that superhero is." So he had a lot of words about that in script. He saw no logical reason why that mask should have came off, and all those people
Oh
saw who he
goodness.
was. To stay as we know he's Peter Parker, but he said for the rest of New York should have known him as Spider-Man. So, and he doesn't remember anything in the comics where that ever happened. He said, I read him, I know him, and never did anything like that ever happen. So,
I like to think always that Sam Raimi was proving a point where that even if they know him by face, they won't know him by name
Yeah.
at all. It's the fact that that he was basically humanizing Spider-Man in that regard. That's why I said I like that. I love that line where the guy says he's just a kid. Nope, no older than my son. You know,
Yeah.
it's like what the citizens know what's up. That you know they won't tell him a secret because he's a kid. That's
But
like ratting out your own son.
I
mhm.
even love that, and I even love the sequence where Spider-Man realizes he doesn't have his mask on, and he's getting up, he's all worried, and the first person crowd, says, "Hey, it's okay, everything's all right, we got you."
Mm-hmm. Because like I said, if they do that, that's basically you ratting out your son or ratting out somebody else's son.
And they're
And
just
they,
saying, and even the kids are just saying, it's just good to have you back. Because throughout
Mhm.
the entire movie, he was gone. For like most of the movie, he was gone. And the citizens of New York wanted their hero back.
Yep. And he's already been making an impact here and there, of course, despite what the debut says about him, of course.
Yep.
So everybody knows he's a hero. Even in the first movie where somebody says he's a menace, or in the case of Lucy Law saying guy in red tights. Sounds kind of hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, everybody. That was Xena who said
Mhm.
Yeah,
that.
it was. Yes, it was under that wig. Yeah, it was.
My goodness. Somehow they made Lucy Lawless look young. And yet she has a MILF voice.
Oh my god.
I was like, something, what's funny? I'm like, dang it, how I not know that was Lucy Lawless? Because when she said that, my blood my blood heated up, and only Lucy Lawless among many ladies of acting are able to get my blood to boil as a youth like that. I'm like,
Mhm.
oh wow, that was Lucy. No wonder I got kind of hot there.
Uh,
But yeah, go ahead,
Oh
Scooby.
goodness.
let's see. I think another one of my we're going really deep into because we're talking about kaiju movies. Another one of my favorite hype moments was from Pacific Rim. Was when Idris Elba basically says we can clear a path for the lady, where they're basically gonna blow themselves up to destroy the two kaiju's so that they could so that Gypsy could jump into the portal. I thought that scene was awesome.
Oh yeah, I like the canceling the apocalypse speech,
Oh, that was a great one.
and of course, just piggybacking off of the hype moment in Pacific Rim, like the fact that Gypsy comes in after we lost uh Cherno Alpha and Ty,
Typhoon.
Typhoon. It's got two names. Each shaker has two names, but I'm not even gonna search that up. Yeah, Typhoon loses, but Gypsy comes in to save Striker Eureka, and of course the dick of the movie just shouts out to Gypsy like, "Yeah, Gypsy, kick her ass." I'm like, bro, you just basically became the audience in that moment, dude.
Yeah.
He basically just voiced the audience.
Yeah.
I kind of take that as a meta thing where, yeah, I'm just saying like when he did that, I was like, oh, that's gotta be a meta thing because that's basically what the audience is saying. But yeah, when that music kick in and you hear that sound, I was like, oh,
Well, that was exactly. And what was it? I even love it when the father and son are saying, "Now we can either stay in here or do something really stupid,"
mm-hmm.
and they're just going to shoot flares at the kaiju.
Oh good.
Yeah, just to basically basically keep the kaiju's attention from the city, which they already have Itachi to deal with, but you want to keep Leatherback away from the city too because two kaiju doubles the damage more to the city, so they know they're gonna die, so they're willing to just stare down the abyss and say, "Come bring it, come get it." I gotta give them that too. It's like yeah, you tell that monster, come get it. It's like I would say it's a hell lot better than Millie Bobby Brown screaming at freaking King Ghidorah and King of the Monsters.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay, I'll be nice.
No,
I'll
you're
be
telling the truth. You're telling the
no,
truth.
no. I gotta be nice. I actually did not groan when she did that because she did do a good thing by luring King Ghidorah away from more destruction. So she did contribute, but it's better than Captain Manpants screaming at the scroll. I will say, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Another dig at Brie Larson. Yeah, a little. How old was Millie in that movie? Probably 14, maybe 18 at that point. I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume her age. A freaking 18-year-old girl sold me on her screaming at a freaking monster than you did as a grown ass woman screaming at an alien. Okay. You got a lot of work to do, sweetheart. And funnily enough, you guys are in the MonsterVerse, both of you.
Mm.
And the best part of Kong Skull Island is when freaking Samuel Jackson said, "Bitch, please."
I continue
I like
every single time I watch Kong Skull Island and I see Brie Larson's character, I have to keep saying, because her performance was so forgettable. I said, "Oh yeah, Brie Larson's in this movie."
she's actually a little bit she's actually a little bit tolerable in this movie than
Well, that's because exactly, and that's because her performance is so blah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah.
And she wasn't even in Captain Marvel at this point. When she did Skull Island, so I'm like, okay, I can tolerate you in this movie. I can actually not feel bad by buying this movie and knowing that you're in this because this is pre Captain Marvel, not post Captain Marvel.
Exactly, just like Scott Pilgrim's World.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I'm like that, like now that we're in post Captain Marvel, every time I hear Samuel Jackson tell her, "Bitch, please," I just crack up laughing. I'm like, bro, I wish you said that shit in freaking Captain Marvel. This is funny and ironic. Like this is what you would want Nick Fury to say to her when every time she like if she go blast and he look at her like, "Bitch, please." That's a light show compared to what he had just seen already, you know. But finish with. Go ahead, Schooner.
Another. I think actually one of this is more of a power fantasy moment. It was with what was it called? It was the animated short, not the movie, Superman and Shazam.
Oh yes.
Okay.
It was the moment where what was it? The Return of Black Adam when Billy Batson returns to Shazam and he's actually going to kill Black Adam. He says he's going to finish him once and for all. I need to be strong. Superman says to him, "Then be strong, be good." And that was like a man. That was right there because he's echoing what he said earlier in the short. Billy says, you know, he got a black eye because he was defending a homeless guy from some thugs, and he says it's what you get for trying to be good. I was always told be good and good things will happen to you. Right. But I was good before the accident. I was good at the orphanage, and I was good a few minutes ago. And he's like going, I'm starting to think if it's all really worth it. And Superman says, well, it does seem like that sometimes, but that's why he says it always seems that way because good is hard, bad is easy.
That's true.
And I just love that moment where he's basically telling Billy, don't kill him. Be strong by being good. And that's when Billy just lets him go. And that's when Tawny comes in, turning into the tiger. I just got that now. Tawny the tiger. Gosh dang
it. That's a great moment. That shows you what a hero is supposed to be all about.
Exactly
it. They would never let Superman do that line now because now apparently Superman is problematic for Warner Brothers, which is silly.
Oh, he is.
he's now problematic for him.
That's okay because once we get Michael B. Jordan, everything will be fine.
Bad shoes, and you're goody shoes. You're goody two shoes, goody two shoes.
Click, boom, good. Bad, I'm the guy with the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Love that line.
That's another power fantasy in itself. Freaking Ash Williams.
Oh, of course he is. Let's see.
That's a symbol of sticking it to the man right there. If there's ever a line like that to stick it to the man, good, bad, I'm the guy with the gun.
Well, that's the thing that I loved about Ash's character. You know what? I'm gonna add that to my list of both power fantasies and hype moments. Is that Ash always seems to be going, like, at first he's always running from the monsters, and then when he gets his chainsaw, he's got the double barrel shotgun, he's dropping these super cheesy one-liners, and he's tearing them apart with the chainsaw. Army of Darkness, so, I mean, if I want a good scary movie, I'll watch Evil Dead 1. But if I ever want to watch a hilarious horror comedy, I'll watch Army of Darkness.
Fellas, this has been wonderful, but I'm so sorry, Scooney. I have to bow out now because it's turning rain. If I don't get to the market, if I don't get to the market, I'll cook dinner. But this has been a lot of fun. Scooney, real quick, and then I'll let you continue. I'll listen as I'm cooking, but I have to bow out the chat. But Scooney, I know that this is your last day on Thursday. You'll just be on Tuesdays now?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well,
I figured I'd go out on a high note. I figured I'd go out on a high note by making the list.
Good for you. Good for you, because I'm still going to play it black, because I know you got your list is very interesting. Very interesting choices that you have. So I'll listen while I'm cooking. But I will see you next Tuesday. And Commander, what is the topic for next Tuesday? Do you know yet? Or
next Tuesday is shows that we enjoy from old to recent. Like, you guys can pick any obscure shows or any famous shows. Like, it could be Justice League, it could be Street Sharks, or even recent shows that you watch that you like. Yeah, that's another fun stream for next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And Thursday, it's stop editing artists' work without their express consent. It's going to be talking about the recent event that happened. Was it a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, it's been about a week or so now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So definitely, we're talking about how on Twitter and probably everywhere else. That's not just relegated to Twitter as well. It could happen. It can happen anywhere. Let's make no mistake about it. It can happen anywhere. We're seeing these instances where there's these. I'm going to assume there are these white saviors, quote unquote, going out of their way.
Oh, goodness.
Going out of their
staying out of that one.
Yeah, they go out of their way to edit some artists' work, be it, and usually it happens with Japanese folk that do fan art of certain characters. And God forbid they happen to be human, right? So they go out of their way to skin change a character that they did, and they be so smug about it. They be so smug. They be so smug about the change.
They did it. That's really why they did it, for the attention.
Yeah, that too. They're so smug about it, and they get the backlash that they deserve, of course. Recently, the artists that done it got hefty amounts of backlash, and frankly, I don't pity the bitch.
Mm-hmm.
So she brought that up on herself, and I'm going to go into lengthy detail next Thursday about that. Of why I don't share I don't have any sympathy for her whatsoever, and if of course she apologized, but it's her not accepted.
Mm-hmm.
Considering her behavior towards the apology and how she apologized and how she reacted to the backlash, it's unacceptable. Especially speaking as me as an artist, it's unacceptable. Schooner, you wanted to say something during the stream as well, art wise.
It's just, oh, yes, I did, actually. Wolfton Media, you are a brilliant artist. I saw that picture of me, and chef's kiss. You deserve all kudos and high praise for that one. If anyone ever just decides they want to change your art, just point me in their direction. I'll leave my little underground facility with a baseball bat and just say to the person who changed your art, come outside here. I just want to have a few words. Oh, no. Don't mind this. It's just decoration.
Let's hope it doesn't come down to that, Schooner or the tuna, right. But yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Underground facility with a baseball bat. Oh, that's going to be stuck in my head. Underground facility. Leaving the underground facility. How you got the bat, Scooty? I don't know, but you got your underground, but Okay.
He has connections.
Could you just imagine me though, just a fish guy walking right into a Sports Authority or a Dick's Sporting Goods store and just saying, "Excuse me, sir, where are your bats?" "Oh, never mind, I found them. Thank you."
So
And they're
yeah,
all just staring.
yeah. Quick announcement for everybody: the UN Spacey Wolf Squadron's representation art that I've done for them, their avatars specifically, has now been completed. I have just completed Schooner's avatar yesterday, despite me being tired from exercising and everything. So you guys can on the Professor Geek Facebook group and on Twitter. I have posted, and also on mine, of course. I posted on mine, so I'm sure everybody has seen it thus far already. But yeah, I am very proud of myself that I was able to get all that done within 2 days.
Mm-hmm. It was beautiful.
Good job.
Magnificent. Yes. You should have. I mean, just you deserve every single accolade right here.
Next will be the traveling immaculate scribe Ivan Mendoza, because he's still a member of our group in spirit, and of course I'll have to do one for Trooper since he is now a member.
Oh yes, that's no, Trooper, you're gonna love it. He does a good job. You're gonna love it.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do with it, but I'm pretty sure I have some idea.
Suggestion.
Just look up Kazintes, you'll be all right.
Kazintes? You gotta type that in the private chat.
He does a good job. All right, then. Well, guys, I'm gonna bow out. You enjoy the rest of your week and your evening. Be good.
Yes, we will.
All right.
Okay.
We'll behave.
We'll behave, ladies and gentlemen.
And I'm also going to look on my list for Tuesday. So I've got to take time to get thinking for that. So, okay,
and of course,
Commander.
catch the backwatch because I'll be up next to talk about my Power Fantasy and hype moments, of course.
Oh yes, yeah. I am. I'll catch the backwatch, or I'll leave it on while I'm cooking, and I got to hear what you have to say. So
right.
I'll keep that going. So you have a good evening, fellas.
You too.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I will.
We're going to be well behaved. Fingers crossed.
So you got more, Schooner?
Yeah, I'm almost done. One of my favorite hype moments was actually the tunnel scene from iRobot. When Will Smith says, "There is no way my luck is this bad," and then a robot activates it, he goes, "Oh, hell no." And he jumps right on there, and the robot says, "You're experiencing a car accident," and his response is, "The hell I am." No, that was a great moment.
It just gets bona fidely just crazy throughout that whole movie, especially in that sequence, because they're just dead set on making him have an accident. Like, bruh, just let him crash. He's already on manual drive, which of course,
if he was on auto drive, he would have already died.
Which is funny. Like he goes to the manual drive and of course Kelv has to say, never put on. I told you that manual drive is dangerous.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah, that was a great scene. Especially,
I love it too.
That built up tension in like the best way imaginable too. It's like, all right, how's he gonna get out of this? And he did. You know what? He did. What did he do? He decided to drive one robot into the wheels of one of the USR trucks, and he just basically blows the trucks up.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're gonna go to, and I'm gonna close out with. You know what? I'm gonna close out with my good old DCAU. I loved the sequence in what was it in Justice League? Hang on, I'm gonna find it because I'm pulling out my DVD right here. Do it.
Do it.
Twilight of the Gods Part 2, when Superman is fighting Darkseid. That is a hype moment right there, because that's the moment where Superman is like going, you know what? I have fought I believe in the good of humanity, and I will fight and defend every innocent person. Darkseid will be the only exception. Darkseid is evil incarnate, and I must destroy him. And I love that moment because he's basically saying, I'm finally going to finish off Darkseid once and for all. And, this is one of the few times in the Superman franchise where I'm like, I'm not going to stop him. I actually say you should stop Darkseid.
Of course, he never gets a chance to, which was a good thing on the writer's part.
That was a great thing.
Like we all know, we would have hated Superman if he did kill Darkseid, but he never got a chance to.
No, he never got a chance to. But you see right there, but that's another great hype moment because it's important. Like, first off, you're cheering Superman on to fight Darkseid, and then you just see the brutality in which he's fighting Darkseid, and then you realize, oh, no, don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't be this way. This isn't, you know what? I take it back. Don't do it. And but it was important, too, because this is why I like the DCAU Darkseid, because every time he went up against Superman did not leave unscathed. Darkseid got to him in a way that not even Lex Luthor could. And I always thought that's the true Darkseid, the DCAU Darkseid.
Yeah.
But what was it? And
that was for Temple, who the man you murdered. Had I known one human's death would have pained you so, I would have killed more, and kill more I shall. Carry that to your destruction.
Yep.
I'm paraphrasing, of course.
And then he just he grabs Darkseid by the Omega beams, which I think is great. And then he throws him down to his minions of Apocalypse. You're free now. Do with him what you will. Master, let me help you. Let me help you, Master. And he just goes, I am meant to say power. But here,
I am God.
Yeah. Yeah.
I made things you would not imagine. I made things you could not imagine to put into words. But for now, I'll play the role of executioner.
Michael Ironside will always be the voice of Darkseid.
Definitely. Andre Brower comes a close second. But he's only second to Michael Ironside. And Steve Bloom, whose idea was to filter his voice?
I don't know.
Because he was Darkseid in Justice League War.
I didn't even I don't even watch those DCAU movies anymore.
Yeah.
After the real great one, at least to me, was Flashpoint Paradox. That was the last. That was the last one I watched, and I wasn't going to watch anything that came afterwards because they were doing New 52. I thought maybe, all right, let's see what Throne of Atlantis. Okay, that's a dud. Well, okay,
I will say this: I'm a bit lenient with Throne of Atlantis. I know Fan Man has his own, and of course the Professor has his own misgivings towards Throne of Atlantis, which I'm not gonna feel ashamed for even owning that movie at all, because
it's one of the few films that I actually have. I even have I have a collector edition of, you actually get the like hardback comic along with the DVD, and I forget what else comes with it, like a digital copy or whatever. But yeah,
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the few. I'll give it some leeway because it's still one of those that I'm willing to pop in. But you can tell the difference when we get to DCEU, when we talk about the ones that we tend to regularly watch versus the ones that we buy and we're like, oh, well, that's nice, and it never gets played again. So,
like Judas Project.
Yeah.
I bought that one out of curiosity, and I only watched it once. I didn't even
Judas Contract was like, to me, it was like, why? But I don't give. I'm a lifelong Teen Titans fan. Here's the thing. I even love the Teen Titans cartoon.
Animated?
the animated series too. I mean, yeah,
Right.
it knew what it wanted to be, but it got the heart of the Teen Titans right. And the new Teen Titans cartoon is just Teen Titans Go is just awful.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Anyway, so yeah, but I digress. Wolfie, you
Yeah,
are
and in short, Throne of Atlantis, gets a pass because it's freaking Aquaman, and I'm I'm an Aquaman fan, just the same way as a Superman fan.
I like old school Aquaman.
True.
I mean, because Throne of Atlantis is just basically a rehashing of the It's an updated version of the Aquaman story.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
That's really all that is. That's an updated story.
yeah,
I've already seen Throne of Atlantis.
yeah.
So-
I mean, we got a semi-bastardized version of it on screen. I mean, it did its job. It was fun. It works. People liked it. I mean, that was basically what they were going for. I mean, I liked the James Wan film, so I mean, I had no real gripes with it. The few gripes I have now is that we're not going to see Trench, but on the same side, I'm kind of glad we're not getting DuVernay's version of DC. So
no, we're not going to get Aqualad, and that's another sad thing. I mean, the two best interpretations I've seen actually of Aquaman, they like say, "Oh, Jason Momoa made Aquaman cool," and I'm like, DCAU made him cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. And even Young Justice made him awesome.
Because I'm sorry, if he was freaking God's gift to film, then the Conan remake would have been like the best version of the Conan film yet. And all we got was, I don't know what we got. I own that thing and I watched it once and that was it.
Yeah, I watched it once and I didn't even return to that either.
I'm like, so what? So are we sticking to the original film, or are we suddenly getting Conan the Trickster? It's like,
yeah, exactly. But getting back to, I mean, also the best Aqualad is the one not in the Teen Titans cartoon, but the one in Young Justice. That's
Calderon.
Yes, I loved Aqualad in Young Justice. I liked him in Young Justice season 1 and 2. I will not watch season 3 because they totally went the New 52 route, and I'm basically done with New 52. I've been burned by New 52 way too many times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I stopped early on. I mean, I think I went through, gosh, I hate saying it. I went through about number 30. And I was like, okay, I think I've been battered enough. I can't keep doing this to myself. So,
yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm content with the way how Invasion ended. I'm not in the interest of watching the latest season of Young Justice, considering that they retooled Black Lightning to look like CW Black Lightning. I'm like,
first off, I don't blame any of the writers or actors in that show. I blame the direction the studio went.
Yeah. And of course they brought in more new gods and other characters I didn't really care about. I cared about the characters from Young Justice, not these new. I'm like, bruh, are you guys going through another time skip? Because that was the real issue that we had with Invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Was the fact that you guys went through a long ass time skip, and like, well, you did a poor job of actually explaining the time skip enough. Like a lot of our biggest issues with that whole time skip thing was the fact that they were just basically just saying things, and we're not being given time to process it.
Exactly. It's like basically the time jump. See, I'll agree. Season 1's the best. Season 2's got problems, but the heart and soul is still there. But it's like, all of the best stuff happened in the 5-year gap. What happened in the 5 years? Can we make a cartoon of that?
No, because Darth Sarnoff has already said that those are the types of stories they're not looking to focus on. So we're going to get more of, Starfire's daughter is what we're going to get. And the magic backpack. So.
Yeah, Starfire's daughter, which is a cut and paste version of the author herself. And I'm just like, that's fan fiction. That's fan fiction with a budget.
It
If you
is.
guys want, if you guys hearing my groan, that means I'm not a happy camper with this prospect
No, no, no,
at
no. Let's move
all.
on. Let's move
Well,
on.
that's why it's really hard to talk about this stuff. When we talk about hype moments and power fantasies, because it's really easy to get depressed. Because you think it's like, what modern films have we actually
We
quoted? Oh my
tried though.
gosh, that was a great hype moment. I don't remember saying that for Last Jedi. I don't remember.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
make
don't
a
remember.
suggestion.
Huh?
I'm gonna make a suggestion to you guys. Have you guys ever heard of a movie called The Gentleman?
Yeah,
No.
haven't
It's
watched it yet.
okay. If anybody has a Hulu stream, which is the only stream I got left, Hulu.
Oh, you poor thing. How dare you? How dare you
dare
fund Disney?
How dare I fund Disney? Oh, I know. I mean, all it takes.
You
You're right.
terrible aquatic. You terrible aquatic.
I'm a terrible aquatic. Well, you know what? I got a whole stack full of DVDs here. I don't have a direct TV. I just have one streaming service.
Oh, you don't need
And
streaming.
and I don't want to do Netflix. I don't want to do Disney.
Oh, you don't got to do any of that. Yeah, no, you don't got to do any
I
of that.
definitely don't want to do HBO.
Bro, it's all about Odyssey.
So
There's gold in them. There's gold in them thar hills. You can live without streaming. So
I'm just gonna. So Hulu's the only one that I'm holding on to. But it's on Hulu, and I recommend it to anybody, both in the chat and to you guys right now.
Right.
It came out in 2020, and it's directed by Guy Ritchie.
Right.
And
I like Guy Ritchie films. It takes a while for me. It's always better on the second or third run of the film.
Hell, I even loved King Arthur, Legend of the Sword.
I have to get that. I ended up getting my hands on a copy of Sherlock.
I like poking fun at it, but I still like it.
I freaking loved it. I mean, I have maybe one or two complaints with Sherlock, and they're not really like complaints about the actual actor or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only one complaint, if there is even to have a complaint with Sherlock Holmes, is that the sound mix was off when it came down to RDJ's voice, because RDJ already has a low voice. So, him doing a genuine accent, and a genuine English accent, because he had a coach with him the entire time. They needed to bring up the volume of his voice a little more, because they had to watch it about 2 or 3 times to actually get what was going on. And what it is, it's an English film for an American audience, is the best way I can put it.
Mm-hmm.
I still like it though. In fact, you know what? I'm going to add on to this. My power fantasy and hype moment is my favorite power fantasy is the moment where Sherlock Holmes in A Game of Shadows, where Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty are basically playing this mind chess on how their fight's going to go. And it's basically
I remember that.
Yeah, Moriarty is basically saying, no matter what outcome is happening, I will win this fight. And Sherlock Holmes is giving him a smirk, and he's like saying, you know what, I can't deny that. And then he just goes, unless. And then he just defeats him. I thought that was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Because what does he do? He just decides, all right, blow the smoke from my pipe into his eyes, and then get him in an arm lock, and then push ourselves over the cliff. That was an awesome moment, because he just goes, all right, I can't beat you, but I don't have to lose. That was a great moment.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that scene playing out in Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, Sherlock Holmes in the 2nd century. Bring Sherlock Holmes back to life.
But
Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century.
I can't say anything about anything that's been released, recently. Well, except for maybe Kong versus Godzilla, but that's about it, really. I mean, I want to be hyped for Black Widow, but
At this
they
point,
held
why don't
off
we
on
call
the
her White
release.
Widow because she's all white now?
They literally want to kill this thing so that they can go ahead and just say that it's, anything that comes out subsequently is going to be paywall only. And I don't like that idea that they're literally killing these films so that they can go ahead and stick with their paywall model. They're doing it to Dune. They're doing it to Black Widow. Um, it was just one of those things where this film was super successful, and if people haven't seen it yet, you got to go see it twice, see it thrice, but you got to see it. So I loved it. I absolutely
Again, which once again I say, watch The Gentleman, because I don't. Movies speak to everybody differently, but compared to the movies that we're getting, The Gentleman was just snuck right
A
by.
welcome change.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, gosh, I wanted to. Well, I kind of liked Shape of Water, and I wanted to really like it, but there were bits and pieces that just like I know what it tried to be. I know what it
Mhm.
tried
Yeah.
to be, and it was. I'm like,
Somebody just give Guillermo del Toro an H.P. Lovecraft film.
yeah, pretty much.
I'm a little wary about that because I don't know what he's his mind, his headspace is at nowadays.
Yeah, that's
Because
true.
he's kind of riding the Ridley Scott shindig that I'm not liking,
Mm-hmm.
which is he's saying actually this is what this is about, and I'm like, no, it's about a woman fucking a fish.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it simple.
Hey. Isn't that
Keep
Hey,
it
what
simple.
you
I did
know
like
what?
a week ago?
Hey, I am a very, very strong advocate of human and species relations. I am alone in
Hmm.
my tank here, and I deserve to have the love of a beautiful woman.
With French music playing in the background.
Right?
Precisely.
I was like, what am I watching right now? I was like, this is so wrong. So,
Also, you know what's funny? When me and my wife was in the theater, I'm surprised nobody didn't walk out
Yeah.
no,
at all.
because everyone's like, this is
They're just
weird,
fascinated by it.
but I'm
They just
fascinated.
Yeah. I'm just
So,
like I, I didn't even expect her to sleep with the fish either. But I'm like, okay, we're doing this. I mean, I'm not going to deny she does have a hot body, and I'm all for that. Watching that,
But
I'm
you
just
got
going.
to look at the context. She gave him a hard-boiled egg. What does the egg symbolize? It symbolizes womanhood and fertility. And what
oh,
does the fish do? He takes the egg.
oh goodness.
Let me look at the chat. See where we've gone so far.
We've literally gone to the deep end. Off to the deep end. That's the
Actually, we're
word.
pretty good. I mean, we
I
are
like I
out there.
like I like Kronk's response. She slept with the fish, but she didn't die.
Suddenly I'm taken back to the fisherman's wife.
Yeah.
Oh, that portrait.
So you guys ready for my power
Yep.
fantasy?
Oh, wait.
Oh my gosh, we haven't even gotten to yours.
Wait. Let me just do this. Drum roll. Bum bada bum 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 bum. Boom.
I mean, you mean there's more? Go for it.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. So my power fantasy is derived from overcoming and achieving, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say that I like to view Superman above all else as the power fantasy that to go above and beyond, especially when it comes to physical challenges.
Mm-hmm.
I also look to him for philosophical, which is of course upholding the truth, the justice, the American way, which is I respect truth, not your truth or his truth or my truth.
Mm-hmm.
Truth above all else. Period.
Yep.
Which is regard you gotta take it where it is. It's like you gotta respect the truth, like especially in court. Like if anything, judge them accordingly and fairly. Everybody has a right to a fair trial, even if you don't like the person.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of spiritual, yes, I say I'm an atheist too, but I hold true to I hold true to philosophies from the Christian faith and other points of faith, which I'm willing to take in to use as a life lessons and life journey, of course. Um, Here's what I learned from Power Rangers, which in itself is a multitude of power fantasy galore.
Right.
So I said this to a friend of mine years ago, and I brought this up, and I even brought this up around my coworkers recently too. I think 2 years ago, and I said, here's one thing I learned from Power Rangers. Each of the Power Rangers themselves. Jason, I learned how to be a leader first and
Mhm.
foremost. Zach, I learned to have fun, have a little fun while trying to be upon being a hard worker. Trini, I learned to respect my world and environment, which is you take care of your house, or yes, you take care of the environment around you. You respect the ground that you walk upon, because you get one life, of course.
Mhm.
Kimberly, I learned through her is to always count on your friends, which count on you guys, right?
Mhm.
So that's
Yeah.
progress right there.
Mm-hmm.
For
I
Zach,
agree.
for Billy, I learned to always never be ashamed about your intelligence or about your quirks. Period. So that's what I learned through Billy.
Mhm.
So you could, like, people like to think that these characters are simply caricatures of goody goods, but like there's a lot you can learn from watching Power Rangers, from watching these characters individually. So that there's a multitude of things that you can learn. Even in later seasons, you can learn a lot from Andros, from TJ, Cassie, uh, even Jin from Time Force. There
Yeah.
there's a there is a multitude of things you can learn, especially when it comes to Jin, when it comes to curbing your anger and not seeking revenge. There's a life lesson to learn, never to get revenge. In the
Mhm.
case of Batman, of course, the determination of the human spirit, your iron will, if you will, which they don't give a damn about that anymore. They
Nope.
want to see Batman break bones and be a villain, of course. Um, what's another powerful moment for me? Oh, going back to Superman, All Star Superman, the uh the moment between him and Burrell, where where
Oh, okay.
where him where him and Lilo are dying because of the kryptonite debris that they flew through upon arriving on Earth, which is
Mm-hmm.
I'm only referencing the animated film, but there's a lot more that was said and exchanged in the comic itself. But
Mm-hmm.
there was but like he Superman suggested to send them to the Phantom Zone to slow down their process, so that in time he could find a cure for their kryptonite poisoning, which basically he's saying, I'm going to put you here in stasis until I can find a cure for cancer, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mhm.
but this is coming after the fact that they came to his planet Earth itself, basically just try to reshape it into new Krypton. Um, they beat him down for being weak and not embracing his Kryptonian heritage, which is the pompous, prideful, arrogant demeanor of the Kryptonians. Basically, once they discover that they have powers upon drinking the sun's rays, as Jor-El said in Man of Steel, they can lord over the people of Earth, which Clark wasn't raised like that. Of course, we all know that Clark was never raised like that. So like we were saying earlier, that especially what the Leia was saying, the kindness was taken as a form of weakness in the eyes of Borel and Lilo. Of course, they broke the moon with
Mhm.
him, as he pointed out. But
But
like
I mean, that's the interesting thing that I've learned about Superman is that he and Supergirl are, and even sometimes whenever other, certain Kryptonians come in, they're kind of the odd ones out. When the primary Kryptonians come in and find out what they have under a yellow sun, they get right back to the old school mentality that's destroyed Krypton. You know,
hmm
that sheer arrogance.
Yep. And of course, when he goes to help Lila when she falls down, when he catches her, and they both are falling because their powers are waning due to their alien health, Borel says, "Take your naked hands off of her." It's like he's like, even though Superman saves his wife, he still has that pompous arrogance, saying he's basically saying, "You're not allowed to touch my wife, you freaking traitor," basically. But but where I'm going, yeah. I know I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Okay.
No, take your time. I'm liking this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I mean,
my
I'm
train
just-
my train is basically on the verge of derailing. So I'm basically just like Superman
Trying to
trying to
backtrack.
keep it back on the track.
Mm.
Referencing the Flasher films here.
Well, when we get New 52, Superman, Michael B. Jordan would be walking in the room like, "Hi, Auntie."
Hey, Auntie. No, but so yeah, Borel says, after everything we've done to you, you still offer us forgiveness and compassion, and again, this is a bridge version of the line. I was trying to find the original page where he says it, but of course this is Bing that we're talking about.
Mhm.
When in doubt, Google, which I don't like. I don't like to use, but still,
Takes his cunning, wit, and the Google search engine.
but yeah,
Yep.
Clark says to him, he says, "My parents taught me forgiveness. That there's a lot to learn from humanity." And oh my goodness, I get tears to my eyes when I hear this from Barrel, and he says, you're a good, like our he's like, I see the greatness of Krypton living through you, son of El. I am proud to call you my kin. And I get goosebumps. I get tear up when he says that. I am proud to call you my kin.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, he even mentions that Superman's time is short because, of course, the main plot of the main arc of All Star Superman is that Superman is dying due to sun cancer, as I like to call it. Too much,
Overexposure. Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah,
Yep.
too much sun exposure, and like I said, just hearing him say that, it's like, oh my goodness, that hits me so hard because, again, I don't mean to bring race into this,
Mm-hmm.
Go
but
for it.
that's one of the things I like. That's one of the things I would love to hear from one of my I guess a BLM supporter.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
He's like,
here's the thing: when we talk about stuff like race, I mean,
okay, here we go. Here we go. I found it. I found
You
it.
found it.
Thank you, Google. Thank you. On the same token, fuck you too. But he said, but Borel says, Superman, after all I've done, you still show me kindness. He said, my Earth parents taught me respect for my elders. They're not all barbarians, Borel.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's kind of like the true. Who is this? Oh, do we have a misgivings?
Say what now? Who?
Who? What?
I heard somebody pop back in, but I guess we're still on track though.
No,
Mhm.
no, we're all good. We're
No,
still
no,
going.
we're good.
But continue what you're saying, Trooper. I know you were gonna say something.
Well, okay. When we talk about race, it's easiest way to put it is we're not even putting emphasis on how we are alike at this point. Now the emphasis is how we're different. So yeah, I mean, there are tons of stories that you can tell, regardless of ethnicity, if done in the spirit of telling the story and not telling the story for the sake of agenda. So I mean, if we're still going through the hero's journey, or we're telling a
There's a
story.
reason why the hero's journey is called the hero's journey, because the guy who wrote the hero's journey went across the globe and saw that every single culture had a defined set of traits and tricks,
All right.
which that the hero's journey is a universal one, not
It
just
is. It
not
is.
just one.
It is. It's a theme that's that kind of runs across all different sorts of ethnicities and nationalities. But now, I mean, now that's all we can, emphasis, now being on how we're different from each other. So rather than doing what, say, like Star Trek, which was, to bring people together, to, that at one point there is a hope for humanity, and the humanity finally comes together, gets, digs their head out of the rabbit hole they've dug themselves for, and actually become a binding force in the galaxy, per se. Now we're moving towards, oh well, this is how we're different, and we need to just remember that even though we're both human beings, we're still different. And it's like, well, it goes back to, okay, well, isn't that furthering the problem then, if we're putting too much emphasis on how we're different? So I mean that was kind of the point of having Power Rangers, is that as a kid you don't see color. I mean, yeah, of course you do. You pick your favorite ranger, whether it's pink, yellow, black,
Yeah, but
red,
you don't care about
blue.
the skin color underneath the uniform.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a perfect example. It's like Power Rangers. You pick your favorite Power Ranger. It may not necessarily be for the reasons that you think a child would pick a ranger. They may decide that Billy is their favorite ranger. It has nothing to do with LGBT, and it has everything to do with that. You also have a smart kid that can also contribute to a team like the Power Rangers. Or same thing. It's like, okay, so let's say you pick Zach. Are you picking him because of his nationality, or because he's pretty cool when it comes to his moves? So,
And he did have some moves.
he had a lot of moves. So,
I mean, just that intro alone, when it was showing like all of those, little sequences with all of the characters, even him in his opening sequence, he's busting some moves.
Yeah. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with being able to tell, a story using whoever that fits that story best. There's nothing wrong with that. It's taking away from that and emphasizing, oh well, you should like this. You should like this character because of forced inclusion. I guess is
What
what I'm getting
law
at.
is there to say I gotta like it?
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep I'll keep asking that line to this day. What law is there to say I got to like it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm preparing myself as usual for that. Whenever time somebody says that, I'm gonna ask them, what law is there to say I got to like it?
Mm-hmm.
They'll look at me like you asshole. Yeah, I'm an asshole, but I asked you a simple question. What law is there to say I got to like it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
no, that's very true.
And this is
If you
the
can point
fun.
to me a law that says I gotta
Mhm.
like it, yeah, I'll like it. But as of right now, if you ain't got no answer for that, then shut your butt up about I gotta like something.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree.
But yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just basically, are we serious? Again, this goes back to Tuesday's stream: representation versus universal themes. We
Yeah.
are not going to see the representation. We're going to see the universal themes.
Mhm.
It's basically saying, this representation is good, but everybody has a right to enjoy this representation, not just the representation that is being pandered to. I mean,
Yeah.
do we seriously like Blade because he's black? No, we like Blade because he kicks vampire ass.
Yeah, pretty
Mm-hmm.
much. I mean, when it comes down to it, you're always going to have a built-in fan base, because of the character, and then you're going to have another fan base who follows the actor, and somewhere in there, you create a really good, compelling narrative that kind of marries the both, and you get a film that's watchable. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I mean, do we watch? Oh, just right here, like what Neostar Production says. Did I watch Ash Williams simply because he's a white guy? No, it's because he kicks ass. Yes, he's like a, what is it? The lovable dork.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Definitely. I'm just going through the chats real quick because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
because we've been at this all day. I don't think we're going to be able to read them and actually like take time to
Well,
discuss
we're
their
still at the top of the
comments.
third hour, so I mean,
Yeah.
there's.
Oh wait, I still haven't finished my power fantasy,
Yep.
have I?
Yep.
Oh
Go
no,
for
I'm,
it.
there's more.
you know what? I like that. I also
Oh.
like that. Superman versus Elite gets brought up, especially with Neil Star
Mm.
Productions. To answer
Yeah.
this question, I have seen Superman versus the Elite, and I still love it to this day. Especially that speech that he gives at the end of about dreams.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know it by heart. Owen Lister, I wish he was here to actually recap that because he does it word for word, which is one thing I give the man credit for to really tell him that he's a true Superman.
Mm.
But Superman fan, I mean. Uh,
Uh-huh.
what was another power fantasy? Of course, Berserk. I mentioned Berserk, how Guts overcomes dire situations, especially in a grim dark universe like Berserk.
He's
The
the
whole fact,
embodiment of the word endurance.
yep,
Mhm.
he's obvious. He wears the title proudly, the struggler, and the fact that he takes crap from nobody, either ethereal or physical, which is separated by the ideals, which is the ideal of the physical and the ideal of the metaphysical. he you can explain how dangerous a certain thing is, and he's still going to hit with his sword,
Oh
no
yeah.
matter
Okay.
what, and it usually works.
Mm-hmm.
Usually,
It's
it
when he's got to
usually
deal with.
works.
I think that's also what I find interesting is like when he's at the ball during the Golden Age arc, and that is like where he's at the most awkward.
And that's one thing I love about Guts himself is the fact that that you can that you can he's the embodiment of you can take a muscle bound archetypal character and still humanize them.
Oh
Like
yeah.
if you remember Black Swordsman arc, Guts from the early beginnings of Berserk, we all know that he was an edge lord type character at that point, where he's just going around just like swinging his sword,
Mhm.
bad mouthing people,
Mm-hmm.
being nobody, like nobody's business. But then
Mm-hmm.
you get that one moment after she kills he kills what's her freaking name, the count's basically the daughter of the count. He kills her father, who was an apostle, and
Mm-hmm.
not only apostle, the apostle that ate most of the bad of the Hulk before the festival began.
Is that the
So
fat one who's wearing the sunglasses?
no, that's
Okay.
one of the guy hand.
You're
That's
right. You're right. You're right. You're right. That's
you're
Godhand.
talking about Ubik.
Yeah, I'm getting the names mixed up.
No, the slug
Uh,
count. I'm talking about the slug count.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So yeah, technically he just avenged most of his comrades in arms when he killed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he technically he didn't kill the slug count. The slug count just went to the embodiment of hell. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, he basically what he did was incapacitate him,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
which the slug count activated his Bayonet, and that's where he met up with Femto and the God Hand, which he couldn't
Mm-hmm.
even touch him at all because they're not gonna allow him to. They're not gonna allow him like he's a speck to them basically. But the moment another humanizing thing about the Count himself, of course, is that he's willing to sacrifice his own life and not his daughter. The one thing that was the innocence left, considering what he had to do, basically not what he had to do, what he did to his wife, which I'm not gonna say
I'll
anything
just,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, just don't. For God's sakes, don't.
Mhm.
The less you know, the better.
It's just this.
That's what she said. So.
But yeah, there's a
I mean,
lot. It's like a lot of people like to write off Berserk as edge lord galore and all that jazz. Like no, smart.
no
I
way.
I was the one that said, "What's so good about Guts?" or "What's so good about Berserk?" Until I read it, I was like, or at least I watched the 95, 94, 94 anime, and I was singing my praises. Now I was like, "Oh snap! Berserk is
Mhm.
the shit."
Still, and yet it's still. I think the thing that makes Berserk so timeless, really, is the fact that it really has not gotten. It found its audience in the manga, but to this day still struggles with adaptation. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's actually helped preserve it.
Was
If
another
that makes
what
any
was
sense.
another hype moment, or at least yeah.
Can I
I'll
just
go. Go
can
ahead.
I just think who else like totally felt for Guts the minute he was screaming in agony when Femto was doing that to Casca?
Oh,
I don't
I
know. That
still.
was so long ago, and it was such a mind-bending thing that, like, it's somewhere
I
in the
mean,
back of my head, and I'm like, I don't want to go back there. It's too
the
weird.
90s cartoon kind of more so showed him screaming in like supreme anger, but the movie, the Golden Age arc movie, which
Yeah.
lost varying degrees of success, but that's where it got it right. That
Mm-hmm.
moment where he is not screaming in anger, that is agony. And
Mm-hmm.
it's
No,
not because
the
it's not
aftermath,
yeah.
right there when he I'm sorry, Schooner. He was on that cliff and he shrills, and then there's that moment where the ghosts, the spirits are trying to take his soul, and he fights,
Mm,
and that and you end on that somber note where he's like panting. He's got the Skull Knight's sword in hand, and that's really telling you right there. It's like that is his life now.
mm-hmm.
I'm very intrigued to see how it ends, and I'm still moving forward on the manga right now. I'm on the
Mhm.
part where he's fighting that Kushan monk in the water
Oh
in the ocean. That's where
yeah.
I'm at currently. But I'm trying to get I'm trying to speed through because I'm getting bored.
Mm.
Well, not bored with the story, but I'm just like getting bored with the old man. Like I'm noticing in myself when it comes to anime and manga. Like if I'm starting to not to like a character, I'm like I'm getting bored. I'm
Yeah.
really I'm really not liking this character.
Can I
'Cause
just say right now, the one who stayed pure despite the fact of all the bad things that's been going on around him, can we just give some love to Puck?
Yeah, Puck Puck is starting to get on my nerves too. Cause when you pair him up with what's that little fucker's name again?
Oh, see,
Just the way you said that was great.
yeah, see, that's out of my territory.
His name starts with a J. I'm pretty sure somebody in the chat will help me.
You're talking about the kid, right? The last survivor of the
Yeah.
man in the hall. Oh,
No. Whoa, 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 whoa. No. Not Rickard. Rickard's
no,
fine.
not really. Yeah. You know,
Is
actually, I'm convinced they're building Rickard up to be the hero who's going to just, like you said a few, months ago. Rickard is
yeah,
being built up to be a hero.
yeah. Like I said, I'm hoping Miura is gonna make confirm my theory. I think it's gonna be Rickard that's either he's gonna be the one to kill Griffith, or he's going to be the one that's gonna at least be the catalyst
Mhm.
to weaken Griffith so that Guts
Mm-hmm.
can deliver the final blow, or it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be him that delivers the final blow, or maybe Casca.
That would
Maybe
be
Casca.
interesting. But
Either
I'm
way,
going back.
I will say this. Either way, I think I'm speaking this as a Berserk fan, but I'm not speaking for all fans. But I'm I'm gonna make this claim. Either
Oh,
way, how it ends, I think we will all be satisfied.
I believe that too, because Berserk is the true definition. That was Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and it knew because Berserk is the only thing that I've noticed that where its story and moral ambiguity have stayed so consistent so well. And this is
Mm-hmm.
the very definition of planning ahead of time. This guy planned ahead of time.
Miura definitely. He's a brilliant writer. Like I don't think there's ever an arrogant bone in his body. I think he really is taking the time to plan out his story, plan out his
Mhm.
characters. Like, I just realized as I'm going through the wiki, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Most of the villains are not dead.
Yeah.
That is weird. I'm like, this the first manga where not every major villain is dead yet, except for Wild, the snake, the serpent count, the slug count, Rosine, but not
Mhm.
Granbell, not even a new Band Hawk are not dead yet. What? Are you telling me they're the freaking anime protagonists that got plot armor? Because I
Like,
saw
yeah.
I, I saw that fight between him and between Guts and Grumbell. I'm like, wait, Guts didn't kill Grumbell in that instance? What? Wait a minute, he hasn't killed Zod yet. I checked Zod's profile. Like, wait, Zod's still alive? Guts hasn't killed Zod yet?
Mhm.
What the? What's taking you so long, Guts?
That's another
Then I
thing that I'm.
realized. Then I
But
realized as I'm journeying through, like, the whole point of Gus's journey is not to attack the God Hand anymore. He is
nope.
out to find a place to live his life and try to get something back with the life between him and Casca. Of
Mhm.
course, the journey is to restore Casca's mind back. And
Mhm.
I'm like, okay, it makes perfect sense why these villains are still alive. And
Yeah.
and if you're following the new Band of the Hawk, they're actually doing their own little hero's journey too, in a dark,
Yeah.
twisted way, with the
Yeah.
with the Kushan
Mhm.
fight and stuff. Oh yeah, that's another power fantasy leadership from Griffith of all people, considering what
Mhm.
he did during the eclipse. Like, before pre eclipse, Griffith was one of those people that, like, uh dare I say it, I'm willing to accept his kind of leadership, but I'm not willing to lay down with some Duke.
Mhm.
Mhm.
You have at that one, Griffith. I can understand why you did it. You explained your case. I'm like, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice. Well, that sounds villainous, didn't it? No, what I'm
No,
saying
no,
is
no. Well, because it's interesting because Griffith is at
he's
his lowest.
practical in that regard. I'm
Mhm.
gonna give him this. I'm sorry, Schooner. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
gonna
no,
give him
no. Go
this.
ahead.
He's very practical. Yeah, when he explained, he's very practical in regard when she said we can win more fights. We can. All we need to do is do more fights. He says that will take too long. So he's basically taking essentially what is the easy route
Mhm.
to gain favor, basically gain resources and funds for his troops. You know,
Mhm.
Mhm.
so essentially, Mura saying that you can still take an easy way route, but, like, you're still gonna work. You're still gonna work.
Mhm.
You're still gonna have to work.
Right.
It's a practical sense, but you're still gonna have to work. It's not like you're gonna flip a switch and fix everything.
Mhm.
No, that's basically it. And what I mean by working, basically, he just laid down with a Duke.
Yeah.
He had to sacrifice a little bit of dignity there. So there's that. Yeah, I gotta give. That's one thing I gotta respect Griffith on that. Like I freely say it. I'm not willing to do that, but, like, I respect the person who will do that. Again, if they're
Mhm.
able to explain their reasoning, and I'm willing to rate it as acceptable or unacceptable, and I'm willing to say, yeah, it's acceptable, but hey, I'm not gonna do it. Um, Speaking of leadership, guts being a leader, being able to put himself in the forefront like that, and not sacrifice a troop at all. That, on the same token, like that,
Mhm.
if we want to talk about what you're willing to sacrifice, considering your troops' lives are in you know are on the battlefield. Guts run out there to meet the leader of the Iron Rhino, the Black Rhino cavalry, and literally send the man flying in the air. But you would think that that's a power move on his part, trying to show up the enemy, be arrogant and all that. But when you boil down to it, when you get that rest, that break in the action, right, and you hear
Mhm.
the Band of the Hawk tells, the Raiders themselves telling, like, hey, you did great
Right.
out there, we could have been out there helping you out. And he says, yeah, if we lose you, we would be lost. And of course, Gus apologized, like, you know what, that was reckless of me. I won't let that happen again. It's based is, and you get that argument between him and Casca, where she says, you haven't changed at all. You're like a mad dog. You don't care about anybody in the house, and he says, you're wrong. I do care. That's the reason why I throw myself out there, because I care.
Mm-hmm.
So Gus tends to be that unpredictable factor. Like you think he's every other manga protagonist, where he's super OP and he's gonna just take everybody on like nobody's business. But then you get that human factor where it just takes you aback, like, oh snap,
Mm-hmm.
okay. And just the beauty of Berserk, I can never stop. I can never not stop. Wait. Fuck. I'm mixing words around. I'm not making a full sentence here. Let me start over.
It's okay. It's a double negatives are acceptable.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I could never not sing my praises. Yeah, I'm gonna write that high.
Okay.
I can never not sing my praises of Berserk. You can't stop it. It ain't built into me to stop singing my praises of Berserk. I'll do it to the day I die. I'll die on that hill, because Berserk is that
That
damn
good.
good.
Yep.
Regardless of what anybody say about, like, oh, it's overrated, it's dark.
No. Berserk is not overrated. Attack on Titan is overrated. Berserk
Yeah.
Berserk is sacred.
Well, yeah, because I mean, there's several channels that are pushing Attack on Titan, so it's like, well, if they like it, it must be good. So therefore, Echo Chamber, it's great. So, I mean,
Attack on Titan just got weirder for me after a while.
Yeah, like you have to be able to have, it's okay to have a differing opinion. You don't hear that a lot, but it's okay to have an opinion that's not necessarily with the consensus. Whether it's the style of the drawing, or if it's a story, or if it's just the whole project in and of itself just doesn't make any sense. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it looks great on paper, and then when you put it to use, it doesn't play well.
Oh, Ruby.
Yeah, exactly. And we've had that with a few franchises already, where it looks great on paper, and then the moment you commit to it, you put and then you put it out, it's like, well, what is this? So,
oh Lord, how it's just Attack on Titan has a good premise. I'm not knocking Attack on Titan, but
yeah,
when it comes to, when they say, like, what are your top animes, Attack on Titan doesn't even break my top 10.
Let's bring up Tekkaman Blade.
Ooh.
Tekkaman Blade is one example of a hero persevering regardless of what his limits are. So one thing people who are not familiar with Tekkaman Blade is like a sci-fi Sentai story, where the trying to remember what they're called, but they're the basically the bad guys. They're a race of armored beings. One being a failed creation. Sorry, let me start over real quick. They were a family that got captured by these aliens. I keep forgetting their names.
Was it Daft Punk?
That's funny. The family gets captured. They're been put into these cocoons like an alien, and in the cocoon they're turned into basically these armored warriors that are basically just evil now. One of them was released thanks to his father being a failed subject. Basically, his body could not take the process of it. So so he gets basically the system lets him go, and he releases his son before his process was finished. basically he ends up dying, the father, because the transformation, the body rejecting the transformation ends up killing him slowly.
Hmm.
In the same vein of the son, the son is able to turn to Tech Command Blade. So he rendezvous with Earth Defense Force.
Hmm.
I'm calling it that. I forgot the name of it. It's been a long time since I watched Tech Command Blade from beginning to end, of course. He's basically teamed up with them. He fights off their spider crabs, as they're called in the American dub. They're not really called that, but yeah. Now here's the thing about Tech Command Blade, though. He has a limited fight every time he's fighting, because if he has a five, he has to he's basically in transformation, right?
Hmm.
Mhm.
But he has a time limit to how long he has to stay in that transformation. So he has to make his battles quick every time he fights.
Uh-huh.
Because if he stays in that form too long, he'll go berserk, and he won't tell from friend for foe, yeah, from friend or foe when he's in that state. Which
Hmm.
that does happen in one episode. One of the Tekkaman I think his real name is Gunner, but I think he's called Tekkaman Axe, I believe. Fought him to that point where he basically, or I think it was his brother Tekkaman Saber, or Tekkaman Evil, as he's called in the Japanese.
Hmm.
Ha ha ha, subtle Japan. But yeah, I like calling Saber anyway. Saber sounds edgier. But anyways, I think that's what happened with either it was Gunner that made him go berserk, or it was Saber that got him to do that. I, I'm misremembering there. I could be wrong on both accounts. You had that happen. One of the characters was able to pull him back. He almost strangled her to death, unfortunately,
Okay.
which was really almost broke him, but he got better. His sister, Tekkaman Sword, I think her name was. No, Tekkaman Rapier, or Shara in the American dub. Yeah, Tekkaman Rapier came to Earth too, and she was also a failed experiment. Unfortunately, because she was suffering the same thing that was happening to her father. Only the difference is that her lifespan kept getting shorter every time she transformed.
No, geez.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
I I think that's what was going on. I'm not sure though, guys. Don't quote me on that.
Okay, I will.
But it does sound like it. No, here's the thing. It does sound like a good tragic story beat though, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
So throughout her journey was going to find her brother, and there's like a few scenes where where she transforms, and there's a few scenes where she's traveling in transformation form. So
Mhm.
when she finally gets there, she they find out that she's dying, and that's kind of like a bit like a bittersweet reunion. Like she finally reunites with her brother, Slade,
Mhm.
as he's called in the American dub, but he's also called Blade in the Japanese. Subtle there, Japan. But I like calling him Blade because it sounds edgier.
Mhm.
Sounds edgy.
But yeah, so why I say it's bittersweet is because she sacrificed herself to stop Tekkaman Sword
Okay.
and Tekkaman Lance. And
Mhm.
I think she kills Tekkaman Lance when she calls herself to self destruct,
Mhm.
because Tekkaman's sword gets killed by his best friend, Blade's best friend, in his own special mech suit. Oh, now you know what? I remember now. It was it was Saber that caused him to go berserk. It was
Okay.
Gunner. It was Gunner who destroyed his crystal, because that's how he transforms, through his crystal. His in the case of the American Techno Riser, which in the American version he's called Techno Man. which is dumb name. Now that I think about it, it was a cool name when I watched it when I was young. But I like Tekken Man Blade better, obviously because it sounds edgier. Anyways, I'm trying to be funny with that, but whatever. Neil Star knows what I'm talking about.
Well,
He's only
it's
saw
okay.
but he says, unfortunately, I only
You can
seen
be funky,
Tekken Man
Brett.
Blade 2. I never got to watch the first Tekken Man Blade or the original Tekken Man for that matter.
Mm.
Yeah, I feel bad for you for watching Tekken Man Blade 2 because, dude, Tekken Man Blade was so off base compared to Tekken Man Blade, which I'm going to continue Tekken Man Blade. I'm not going to get into 2 yet. But Tekken Man Blade, as the series progressed, though, he unlocks a new ability.
Mhm.
The downside with his new ability, which is he becomes Super Tekken Man Blade. Funny.
Mhm.
The, I think that's what I think that's what they call them. Either battle mode or super mode. I digress. The problem is that when he goes into that form, he loses parts of his memory. He's basically going amnesiac every time he goes to that form. So that's one thing I gotta give. Bottom line is what I have to give Tekken Man Blade is the fact that he is persevering through many hardships. Like it's almost like the more he pushes himself, the more he injures himself. The way how in the same vein as Guts with the Berserk armor, the
Right.
more he pushes himself, the more he injures himself, and especially with the Berserk armor,
Mhm.
sticking needles into his body to keep him, just basically keeping his body together as he continues to fight. In the case of Tekken Man Blade, a little more. It's basically himself is just going away and away and away, and his whole being is just being erased. And by the end of this long, I'm going to spoil it anyways because it's on YouTube.
Let
Go
me
right
guess, he
ahead.
gets
I'm not worried
erased.
about that.
All 50 episodes or 46 episodes last time I checked are on YouTube. Go check it out if you want to witness it. But at the end of Tekken Man Blade, he loses his memory completely
Ah, okay.
because he defeats his brother. He had to use super mode to defeat his brother. Forgot his name now. Saber. Because at this point there's no going back with Saber. As a matter of fact, Saber was the one that caused his sister to actually self-destruct because he beat her within an inch of her life
Hmm.
to cause her to do that.
Wow.
But when he fought Saber, he went to super mode to take him out. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So he was too far gone, and of course he finally fought the final big bad of the entire series, and that's where he lost his memory. Here's the insult to injury throughout this whole series, though. All those Tekken men that he fought
Hmm.
were his family and friends.
Oh man.
Yep,
Mm.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you guys didn't pick that up, especially when I mentioned his.
I kind of did, but I just didn't. Maybe I didn't want to admit it myself.
So basically, Gunner was his uncle.
Oh man.
Saber was his brother. Sword was his mother. Rapier was his sister, and I believe Axe was a good friend of theirs. I'm not sure though. I could be getting this wrong. Don't quote me on this. But bottom line, the main big bad,
Hmm.
I think that was another crew member too, or maybe his grandfather.
Wow.
Yeah, he basically killed. So not only did his brain gets killed, quote unquote, because of the multiple use of the super mode, right? He basically killed all of his family members. Cruel, cruel, cruel. Now, now I will say this. As much as I hate as much as I don't like Tekken Man Blade 2, he
Hmm.
does come back. He does get his memory back. So so just to let you guys know, his memory does come back. But yeah, if you avoid Tekken Man Blade 2, then yeah, downer ending right there. With
I've not
with a
heard
bit
of.
with a
Go
bit of
ahead,
hope.
Mhm.
With a bit of hope, because I think that they show a bit of hope with his memory returning, because the lady who he falls in love with, she ends up taking care of him basically once he lost his memory. Um,
So
yeah,
is he like bedridden, or does he just have amnesia?
he's wheelchair bound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's basically no. The way how they portray it is that he's so amnesiac that he barely functions.
Oh, geez.
So he's basically wheelchair
Oh,
bound. He to the point where I don't think he knows how to walk yet, or at least he has no idea of where he's at right now until he can be
Mm.
motorized. You know, so
Right.
she's basically wiping his drool, feeding him, cleaning him, and all that jazz. So she's basically a glorified caretaker.
that's how you know
Yeah.
you found love.
Yep, yep.
But
And
I'm just saying, I have not heard of a more depressing or downer ending since Devilman Crybaby.
yeah, definitely. But again, like I said, like that is something to take into consideration when you persevere like that. You do risk injury, but you don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So long
Mhm.
as people, long as people are still standing and still able to walk, or at least in your case, still remember things. That's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He's basically a hero that's self-sacrificed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
you can almost say Tekken Man Blade is an allegory for veterans in
Yeah.
that regard.
Oh yeah.
He's basically a
Okay.
soldier that was fighting a war. Sadly, he
Mhm.
was fighting a war against his family. Now I'm going out of my way to look it up to fact check all the shit that I'm saying all this far.
I'll quote you
Pitiful,
on all this. Don't worry.
I'm
pitiful.
noticing. I'm noticing a theme in all of our power fantasies and hype moments.
What is that?
Mm,
Almost all of the power fantasies and hype moments that we chose are almost often always about heroes who are doing the greater good, or
mhm,
who are trying to make the world a better place
Mhm.
despite the odds.
Yep.
I mean, it was just like what was it? I was watching Superman the animated series a few days ago, Doctor Fate, the Doctor Fate episode of
Mhm.
and he says, "You and I, Kal El, are very rare people because we are masters of our destiny." And Doctor Fate had chosen to walk away, and Superman says, "No, you and I are nothing alike. You walked away from your destiny. I stay where it is despite the odds."
oh, I forgot. He's
I
also
like that.
called D Boy in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know
not gonna go there
why.
with that one.
I don't know why.
This is
But
not that kind of restream, so
his sister's called Miyuki
oh.
Aiba, but he's also called Takaya Aiba,
Mhm.
and his brother's called Shinya Aiba. Trying to look up his family though. You guys can keep talking if you like.
Okay.
Oh well, we were
I'm,
just listening to you,
Oh
so
no! Oh, you know what? You know where I messed up at?
hmm.
The main big bad is his elder brother. There are three brothers. Saber was the middle child, and the the main big bad, he was
mhm.
he's the big brother.
Oh man.
Yeah, yeah, you would think that was his father, but like I said, his father died
Yeah.
saving him, and it it was his bigger brother that was the big bad.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, I'm just.
it wasn't no grandpa.
Oh, okay. It just seems like just so. It's tragedy, but that's really what. But that's what dark storytelling is. Am I right?
Oh,
Yep.
they're called the Radam.
Mm-hmm.
The main force, the evil force are called the Radam.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they were dormant.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's right. I'm looking at the synopsis of the plot. Earth was under attack from an alien race known as the Radam, who consists of bug-like monsters. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to start reading a wiki entry. I'm just trying to refresh my damn memory here.
I wanted to ask a question to Trooper. Trooper, did you ever watch Devilman Crybaby?
No, I stayed out all that.
No, okay. Well, you just spared yourself from some pain because that is, you want to talk about depressing. That's depression. And now that with this story just brought it all back. This story about what is it called again? Tekken Man Blade.
Yeah,
Well,
Tekken Man Blade.
Well, with a lot of this stuff, like once it's translated to the American market, like sometimes if it's not done a certain way, it loses its meaning, or its meaning gets convoluted, or it just changes completely. And it's like, yeah, you'll have that school of people where they're like, oh no, you would have liked the original run better. It's like, okay, well,
Oh, the team he's with is called the Space Knights.
Oh wow, that's cool. The name sounds cool.
Mm.
like cricket.
It's funny.
Well, I don't know. I mean, as far as
I mentioned that as Crystal got shattered, right? You want to know how he transforms now? Not the Crystal gets shattered.
Uh-huh.
He's got this mech suit that helps him transform. They put the shards into the mech suit, so when he goes in, he transforms. The mech suit is called Pegasus.
Oh wow.
Okay.
So he doesn't tap into the morphing grid.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like when he
wait. So
yeah, they from now on he has to transform like that because the crystal has been shattered thanks to Tekken Man. I'm gonna say he's probably Tekken Man X.
Mm-hmm.
It's really funny. I'm looking at okay.
Oh no, it's not X. He was Tekken Man Lance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, speaking of oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was the one that fought Blade to the point where his crystal shattered, and Saber was the one that fell to the point where he started going berserk.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Let me fact check this real quick, guys.
Okay.
Shut up. Yeah, I think it was him.
That's pretty awesome.
Or Axe, because I remember him being green. He was he had green armor and he whooped his. Oh no, Axe is a big burly dude.
What year did this come out?
Let me look. 92.
92. Okay.
92.
I gotta tell you,
when it was released,
the 90s.
When was it released? No, that's the manga's year. Wait.
Well, I would say this.
Nope,
Dump the Hulu.
Mm-hmm.
Dump the Hulu. You can still have a decent viewing experience during Pluto TV. They don't take any personal information. You can watch it free of service. That might get you all excited about it and get you into a sub. Peacock does ask for information, but it's still free with commercials. But you do get a lot of programming.
One thing I mentioned when I said it's on YouTube, it does have the original American dubbing, but it has all the episodes unedited.
Okay.
I have a feeling this gets graphic.
Well, if on YouTube.
If you don't mind Blade getting naked when he transforms, I mean it's censored, but still.
There's worse things on YouTube. So
yeah, there's. He's right about
that. The reason why I say avoid Tekken Man Blade 2 because everybody get naked in that one when they transforms, even the girls. Not that that's a bad thing, but
no.
Well, I mean, when it resembles like camel feet, then yeah, it is.
Look. Oh, you know what? It's fair use, and you know what? It's equal opportunity of nudity.
Yeah,
there you
No,
go.
but the reason why I say avoid because the characters are not as good as the characters of Tekken Man Blade Like one of the female characters is a ditz, and you wonder why she's part of this whole new Tekka Man force if she's a ditz. You know what
And
I'm saying?
I'm guessing the sequel draws a lot of inspiration from Power Rangers.
I would say the opposite,
Oh, okay.
because we all know how Power Rangers got started.
Oh,
Power
yeah.
Rangers basically just they asked, "Hey, can we borrow some of your Sentai footage so we can turn it into our own mockery?"
Still, though, yeah, exactly.
Which you get. I like that you bring that up, Trooper Schooner. I like that you bring that up because in Dino Thunder, they were watching. They were essentially watching another Sentai footage on TV, which they it's funny that the Red Ranger there claimed that they were mocking the Power Rangers. Like, yeah, you guys are funny. I'm like, really?
That's classic. That's classic.
You know what? I got another. I can't believe I'm actually going to say this, but one of my hype moments and Power Fantasy, actually, there is one scene from the Star Wars sequel trilogy I like.
Really?
Yeah, it's Finn against Kylo Ren.
I mean,
Finn against Kylo Ren is still a good hype moment for me.
It's a good hype moment because that's the only great lightsaber duel in all three movies, and that should be saying something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, that was the fluff, and then that's all I got. So, I mean, I was thinking, Shaft with a lightsaber, or like Blade with a lightsaber, or
that's SWAT. I'm
right?
sorry.
Or like Finn, lightsaber whipping, some dude with a saber hilt, something, anything, it's like, no.
Give us something, man.
Like,
sheesh.
It was just, but I just basically liked it because it's just the way it's not choreographed like the prequel trilogies were, and I'm not saying that was a bad thing. It's just we got to see an actual grunge fight.
Yeah, it would have been great had they gone in that direction, but
I'm talking like the epic missed opportunity with that movie.
Oh, there were so many. There were so many. Every freaking Star Wars film has some from a planet killing tech
I won't
device.
talk about my rewrites anymore. I'm at this point I'm done talking.
You know what? Another great power fantasy was actually in Back to the Future when Doc is saying to Marty, hey, if you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Encouragement. That's all. That's one thing that we're kind of missing.
Mm-hmm.
And like the shove, the little shove of the cub.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Like a lot of these films don't have that. These films now are like, sit back, enjoy the ride, and then once the ride's over, okay, you can leave now. There's no, if person A can do it, I can do it too. There's.
I'm just missing like that's the one thing I'm missing a lot is the shove, the subtle shove, basically what they're saying. You just need a little push. That's all you need, just a push. It's like what Nick Fury said in Avengers. They just need that push.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's that moment where the hero's like saying, "I can't do this," and the friend or the mentor is calmly saying, "Yes, you can."
Yeah, it's that whole Thor God of Hammers thing. So.
Or in the case of Tommy and Dino Thunder, bringing it back to Dino Thunder, throughout that whole first episode, he's telling him, "You can do this. I know you can."
Which I'll probably watch Ragnarok. Well, I'll watch Gattaca and then I'll watch Ragnarok. That's what I'll do.
I'll watch. What do I have in my catalog right now? I guess I'll rewatch First Flight.
Well, Green Lantern First Flight. See, that was the Green Lantern movie we should have gotten.
Or freaking Emerald Knights.
I would have taken Emerald Knights too. It's not, I like First Flight a little bit more.
Not that the Green Lantern film was bad. I mean, granted, there were portions of it that I'm like, okay, so I think they thought
it's like right now.
It's like I think they thought it looked great on paper, and then when they actually did it, it didn't look so great. It's the best way I can put it. It's like, because I'm like, okay, I take issue with this film only in that they didn't sit down and actually decide to actually write a script. They just threw stuff together that they knew of would look good on screen and hopefully would be a cohesive story. So, but I mean, they've done that with so many films. So,
Do any of you guys remember the movie Legion?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that one suffered the same problem.
The sequence with Paul Bettany and Jeep is just great when he's talking about why he cares so much.
Mm-hmm.
When Michael, saying, I've seen you wage wars over petty differences, religion, and all these kind of things. And then I see people like you, Jeep. You're the reason why I still have faith.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it harkens back to that biblical story. I mean, do you know why God promised Abraham he would spare Sodom and Gomorrah if he could just find one righteous person? It was because the protection of innocence was always more important than punishing the wicked.
Well, I mean, Lot, freaking talked him down from 40 down to 10. And I mean, I think the story in and of itself can go one of two ways. It could either be implied that, there wasn't any person of any virtue or innocence within either of those cities. And yeah, sure. Okay. Well, yeah, sure. Look for 10, we could look at it as, either Lot was a great negotiator or, there was some foresight already that there was nothing left of either of those two cities to actually save. So,
Yeah, sadly.
mm-hmm. And it's really funny that we actually know those particular stories. But,
and everybody's trying to be Sodom and Gomorrah now.
Well, yeah, we've gone past that now. Now it's
Oh, we are Sodom and Gomorrah.
Now it's the baby doesn't know what gender it is. It's like you're the parent. It's like It's like
the simple concept of gender. If it got a pee-pee, it's a boy. If it got a cuckoo, it's a girl.
Mm-hmm.
If it has an axe wound, it'll probably bleed. Yes, I agree. But yeah, so I mean,
I'm just going to say this too. I mean, I'm going to have little tadpoles running around these days.
Yeah.
But if one of my kids basically says to me, "Hey, Daddy, I'm a girl," or "Daddy, I'm a boy," I'm just going to look at him and say, "Honey, when you turn 18, you can be whatever you want, but until you leave this house, you're going to be a boy, or you're a boy."
Oh goodness. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at, and you're seeing a lot of that being injected into.
Well, contrary to what the fish has said, I'm gonna voice what the wolves say. You're a boy. You're a boy when you leave this house. When you come into this house, and when you finally leave this den, you are still a boy.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come back, you're still a boy. And even if you change yourself to a girl, you're still a boy.
Well, that's like that TSA video I sent you guys. So.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
I didn't even watch that video, but I know exactly your reaction.
It's basically 2 minutes of bitching and moaning how you said person.
This one boy who was a girl had to go through TSA on the boy side.
Yeah. And the way you hear the person tell it, oh my gosh, they were so violated. But this Starbucks chai is to die for. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, obviously.
I'm wondering if that's what our future is going to be right now. It's like, wow, the White House is on fire. So many people are burning. This is the end of the American dream as we know it. But hey, I still got my Starbucks.
Our future is literally the 3 seashells and Brondo.
But hey, how was brunch lately?
Yeah, it's like I don't see any other way out. And it's like what's really funny is that the Terminator theme always plays in the background of my head. Dun, 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 dun,
Mhm.
dun, dun, dun.
I'm pretty sure Leia Plus is getting a kick out of this conversation right now.
Oh my god.
Before she went to get groceries, pretty sure she's gotten a kick out of this. Like this is what happens when I leave and the boys get to have their fun.
Yeah, yeah, no, for real. Like, I mean, at this point, it's, I don't. I mean, we're now getting what non-binary Jedi. So,
Oh
Well,
goodness.
you
and
know what?
even the
I,
art
I
on
remember.
that, even the
I
art on
remember.
that was terrible. Like, I don't mind if the art would be freaking fantastic. I mean, that'd be a whole different ball game if it was.
Mhm.
I say we just troll them. You know how you just troll them? You just basically say, yeah, that one's a girl and that one's a boy. No, they're not. Oh, well, they're drawn like it.
Mhm.
I'm like, they're both dudes. But it's like,
But
why are we getting into this like fringe territory with this intellectual property? I don't understand it. There's no
Well,
market
it's because they know.
does not compute. Does not compute.
That's because they know that that's why they know when they have a strong product, the fringe territory is where they can push it. The problem is that it's non-compatible.
No, you're just a toxic fan, and then you're just a toxic furry.
The only the only non I can only dish out to them is non-negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
Non freaking negotiable. You are a
Yeah,
boy
yeah.
and you are a girl. You don't get to dictate what nature ordained for you in life. So
Or as
Look, I'm
so
just going to say, if you want to look, and then when they say when they leave the house, if they want to do this, fine, but you got to know what you're going to put yourself through. Look at YouTube.
well, the way a friend of mine puts it is, male, female, and I don't like what I have. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
pretty much
And
unappreciativeness
No,
is
I'm just
an
saying
all time high.
we have all this reconstructive surgery to change a person from man to woman. But where is the
Right.
reconstructive surgery that gives us our muscles, our six packs, our our badass BA bodies that we see on the Sports Illustrated catalog?
Well,
well,
have you heard, Schooner?
unfortunately,
Women can have women can have modified butts nowadays.
well, sadly, that's all relegated
Remember,
to actually having
just
a wallet.
look, just remember, all that surgery is specifically for women. Okay.
It's like, let's not talk about performance enhancers in Hollywood. Let's not, because I mean that it's so rampant. You get these radical transformations, and I'm not saying that weight loss or muscle gain is not possible. I mean, you can drop 40 pounds in 4 months. It's absolutely doable, and you can do it in an absolutely healthy way. As far as building muscle, it's the climb itself is a little bit more steep because you have to deal with recovery, and then you have to deal with you have to deal with what you're taking in, because your surplus, your intake needs to be more than what you're going to end up burning, because you're going to need that surplus for your body to recover. Because I mean, you're literally tearing down muscle to grow new muscle. You're injuring the muscles, what you're doing when you're doing any type of weight lift or fitness. And then at the same time, it's like, okay, so let's say that you're eating to burn fat. Let's say you go down the ketogenic diet. It's a lot easier to do something like that than as opposed to doing cardio where you're, quote, sweating out. Sweating is really hard on the body. It's like cardio is meant to supplement your activity. It's not meant for your entire life to just revolve around it, because at one point you are going to injure yourself and you're going to have knee injuries. But you're supposed to mix a little bit of it, together. You're supposed to do some weightlifting, you're supposed to do some cardio, and you're supposed to do some flexibility and some form of exercise that lends itself to giving you overall wellness in terms of your performance. So, but what we're seeing now is, oh yeah, no, he starved himself to do this role, and then the next film he looks like freaking like roid beefcake. So there's performance enhancers. People say, oh, they're on steroids. Okay, well, that's something completely different. When we talk about performance enhancers, there's drugs you can take to help you get to your goal. The only main difference is, this is under supervised care if you have the money to afford it. Clearly, these people in Hollywood do. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So, it's like, yeah, it's nice to be able to see the male ideal or the female ideal on screen, but you're never going to hear them talk about performance enhancers because it takes away from it takes away from the aspiration. I mean, you aspire to be like your superheroes, and you find out
Yeah,
that
exactly.
actors,
There's a
pump
pill for
themselves,
that.
whatever. Yep.
Well, or you could just do, what Saito did in One Punch Man.
Yep.
Yeah, want me to get into my hype moments?
Yes.
I'll
Okay.
start with my top one, the World of Cardboard speech from
Oh yeah.
League Unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I reacted when you brought up Superman versus Darkseid. I was worried that that you're gonna say the same thing. I was like, oh man,
Oh,
but
Wolfie, I would never do that to you.
no, but where I'm going with that was the fact that Superman brings up, it's like I'm living in a world of cardboard, or at least before that he mentions to Darkseid that Batman will never give up. Like so long as that man draws breath, he will never quit. Just like all my other friends,
Mm-hmm.
which of course when we're talking about friends, he's talking about the entire Justice League, as in everybody of Justice League Unlimited, not just Wonder Woman, John, Green Lantern, Flash, and all them. He's talking about the friends that they have already recruited and brought to their ilk now.
Mm-hmm.
Like at that point, everybody's considered his friends in that fight.
Exactly.
Right.
But
They're
yeah,
all brothers and they're all brothers and sisters in arms.
yep, and that's where he gets to the world cardboard. He's like, it's like I'm living in the world cardboard, always taking great care to not harm things or harm people. But now but you can take it, can you, big guy? So now we have ourselves a situation where there's a rare chance where I can cut loose, and that's where he just powers up that fist and just rush into him, and you just get that excellent shot of him just that one big slug and that big wave of impact. I was like, whoa! How old was I when I saw that scene? I think I was about 14. Me and my brother saw that, and we were like, dang! Superman bad! and then after
dude.
Yeah, and then after he slams him right into the to the ground below, he asks, "Had enough?" I'm like, that's so Superman. That is so Superman.
I think of that one liner from Age of Ultron. You ready for this? Or how's it? You know which one liner I'm talking about. You looking for this? It's like it's when okay for anyone who just needs a refresh. Age of Ultron. They're all hanging out in the little penthouse suite.
Right.
And
oh yeah.
War Machine.
Yeah,
He's like trying to tell the gag, and everyone's like, "That's not funny." So
I take the tank and I drop it in on, like, boom. You looking for this?
Yeah. So
exactly, and then everybody, and then they're like going, "That's okay, not so impressive." And then he tells it to another group of people, and they're like going, "Wow!"
Yeah, with the non-stupids, they're like, "Oh my god, that's so funny."
He's just sitting there, just so proud of himself.
I still love the bit where Thor is spiking his and Captain America's drink, and then Stanley is like going, "Hey, why did you give me some of that?"
Right. Then he's like, "Excelsior."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was good stuff.
Oh,
good
goodness. Like, say what you will about Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron still has some goodies.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I still watch it. I definitely still watch it. So
I agree. It's the calm scenes that I really like. You know, them in the
Hmm.
penthouse having the party, them at the park, and them at the. I'm sorry, them at not at the park, at uh, um, Hawkeye's house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
His ranch home, I guess, would be the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah,
his
because it's
halfway
not a
house.
cabin. It's more like a ranch style,
Yeah.
like big property. So
Hmm. I even liked the bit with Ultron and oh, what was his name? Andy Serkis's character,
Claw, Ulysses Claw.
Claw,
yeah.
Ulysses Claw. That was a great scene.
Oh yeah.
I made it rain. I made it rain. No. I can see you. I can see you. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more.
What else?
Oh, Ulysses Claw, you were gone too soon.
I know, I know.
Uh,
Is it wrong that I kind of wish that Marvel Studios would release his album?
oh goodness.
With a little Killmonger rap in the background.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I don't even know where we're going now. Like, 2 episodes into, Falcon makes a buck or whatever. It's like people already falling off. Like, they're not liking what they're seeing, and it's not the story they
It's
thought they
really
were going to
should.
get.
It really should wake them up at this point now. Like,
I
Marvel
wish.
just needs Marvel needs
I,
to end.
Well, a lot of that needs to switch hands. We all know Disney doesn't do that. They just archive and vault, and then they bring it out 50 years later, and they give you like the platinum diamond edition of whatever, and they're like, for a limited time only. And then, it's like I'm amazed they don't put banners on, Lady and the Tramp. So it's like
Mhm.
mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for that one. I mean, they did it for what, Dumbo and Peter Pan. So
Oh
Oh
my!
goodness.
it's like, so you're
That's
self-censoring
why
your
I
own
own.
content.
Yeah, I know. This is why I
So
own the hard copies of those movies.
yeah,
What made the red man
Yeah.
red? What man?
but
What
yeah,
made the red man red?
like
What's another hype moment for me?
like I gosh, I haven't even kept up with Power Rangers as far as what projects are going on right now, but I would say, like, right now, 2021, you could not do Power Rangers.
Dino Fury.
You could not. There's no way.
Dino Fury's the latest one.
Because now you have to force diversity in it, and you're going to be missing at least one ethnicity, and if they're actually in
Well,
the group, then they're
I
not the
will
leader of
say
the group.
this.
So
I will say this. Dino Fury has a female Green Ranger. I don't know where they're taking her because she's the sixth ranger that I would say that she's the first sixth ranger that popped in
mhm.
so soon rather than later than most sixth rangers do.
Yeah.
So I'm a little hesitant about this show.
Yeah,
Uh,
because normally when you get your sixth ranger, I mean, you're looking at the halfway point, or halfway of the second half. So
I think Beast Morphers did that too, somewhat.
yeah, you don't bring them right away. So
I don't know what's going to happen though with Transformers either.
I was teasing Matt Flynn. I was like, yeah, they're gonna be coming for Transformers too. Don't worry. But realistically, yeah. Well, you know what? I don't know where they would go, because it's like a kaiju film. It's
Uh-huh.
it's how do you inject pink hair stuff into it?
By introducing the pink hair out of the blue.
A pink hair droid. Are we going to get an L337 who robot splains to the other androids?
My God.
Your algorithm is not up to date.
Oh
Did
my
she?
God.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did she say that in the movie?
No, not that I know of.
That sounds like something she had said.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what you would get if you put an L337 into a Transformers film.
Oh,
uh,
You're so happy. You're
know.
enjoying that too much.
I know I'm enjoying it too much. But yeah,
I'm
I
look-
mean,
I'm okay with it though. That's the thing. I'm okay with it. I'm like, yeah, just get a kick out
there,
of this bullshit.
there's a few franchises that just they wouldn't translate well. That's why you're not hearing like reboots or remakes right off the bat. So
Mhm.
I mean, it becomes problematic when an Autobot like Bumblebee is popular because it has male programming. So what do you do with that? It's like, are we going to have Bumblebee get a different paint job, get a different, different.
I will be out if they freaking paint him pink or
Um,
rainbow.
It's got to be something. I don't know where they would go with it. So
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. So,
they did tease a female voice in last night.
like,
mhm.
it's one of these things where it's like, He-Man and She-Ra have been subject to this stuff, and it has not translated well. Even the Voltron on Netflix.
Hmm.
Uh,
The first few seasons were
Voltron on
actually,
Netflix got off easy.
yeah,
well,
because
well,
it was tame in its approach.
yeah. And then towards the end of it, it got a little too.
It was
It got
I
close.
wouldn't.
It was almost close.
Yeah,
I
it
wouldn't
was
say the woke ray wasn't really in the in the show per se.
yeah.
Characters were still allowed to be characters. It's just that there were times that they were a bit out of character.
Oh yeah, they were definitely circling
yeah,
around it. I mean,
and that's
Like
the
Allura being so hell bent on the way how she attacked Zarkon
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. I'm like, that's not Allura.
Same thing with
yeah.
Shiro. I'm like, if Shiro's gonna have his thing, that's fine. I mean, whatever. It's doesn't change
Sure,
Shiro a bit, but
terrible.
it's like, do we need to have that in a cartoon series? Like, it's I don't think we do, but apparently the powers that be tend to think that we do need some form of forced diversity in the
Hang
form
on,
of
Trooper.
letters.
Hang on, Trooper.
Hmm.
Victoria Fagball asks, what's your thought on a scene in Dino Fury Power Rangers where Green Ranger took her skirt off her
Oh no.
costume and say skirt aren't really my thing? No, I like to call that a '90s tomboy moment. I don't think that's
Yeah,
I don't think that's a woke thing. That's something I know a '90s tomboy in a story would say. Like tomboys I don't wear skirts. I don't wear
Yeah,
girly stuff.
it would have been like it would have been like skirts are oppressive.
no,
If it was a
Skirts are
woke machine.
problematic. It'd be one of
Yeah,
those things.
no. If I heard her say that, I wouldn't groan. I'm like, oh, that's like a '90s tomboy.
Like
I,
skirts are the patriarchy. Something like that.
yeah.
I'm just saying like I would like I've heard many tomboys in my ilk saying that like I don't wear dresses that much. I'm like
It's like, how
that's
dare
not.
you objectify me? It's like, well, what would you like for
That's
me to
another
do?
thing. That's another thing too. Is now that
They forego tomboy for non-binary, and you know that,
I
right?
know. Yeah, they forego tomboy for non-binary.
Yeah. That's the thing now. So I'm non-binary, right? Okay.
That
It's like
sounds.
have it.
That's like I said. What's so wrong with androgynous? Androgynous sounds more welcoming than non-binary. Non-binary sounds too dangerously aggressive. I'm non-binary. Thank you very much. Whereas
Well, the
when
androgynous still. Gosh, how would I put this? It implies it's gendered. It's the best way that I can put it in woke terms. When you say,
well, it's a thing. I think
that's why
what
they straight
androgynous.
out say non-binary.
I
That's
think what
it's like,
androgynous entails is the fact that you know that you're a dude, but you dress in a flamboyant and feminine way, and you're still keeping your masculinity intact.
Yeah.
Same token with the
purple
same.
rain. No.
There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to
Right.
greet us, but he might blow our minds. Oh
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. And the same token with the females, and when they go androgynous, like they still keep their femininity. Like you
Mhm.
like there's no. Here's the thing: when it comes to androgyny, there's no confusion,
Nope.
none whatsoever. It's so.
Nope.
Let's just say this: it's very self-explanatory. You are ostensibly your primary gender, but you can still pass off as another gender, but you still know that you are
Yeah.
of regular gender. Like we've had that so many years now. And like, why are you foregoing? Oh wait, no, you guys were never androgynous to begin with. You just want to be
Well,
androgynous,
because
but throw in your
because
own label.
we have to tear down androgyny because androgyny still celebrates gender. It's still gendered. So you have to literally say non-binary. I have no gender whatsoever. I'm an angry looking girl dude. And it's like, all right, well, how
That's
about
Well,
it?
that's
another
something
thing.
I've
They
noticed
always
too.
looking angry, like they mad at the world.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
It's
Yeah,
it's a, it's
before
a
the
it comes
that's
to
basically what
power.
it all is. It's
So
basically a lot of people that's just angry at the world, and they're basically lashing out, temper tantrum.
exactly. It's just big, massive chip on their shoulder. Hey, you're allowed to be angry at the whole world because the whole world took everything from you.
it's like you can't be fit. That's healthyism.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I posted that on MeWe. I have posted that on MeWe.
Yeah, you did.
And
Oh my goodness.
like, yeah, it's healthyism is
Uh,
a thing. Math apparently is also, and I've said that before. So I
these
mean, it's
idiots
a
do
good thing.
not realize that math is everywhere.
I
Yeah,
mean, I mean, it's a good thing that I find math irrelevant because I tend to be dyslexic. So I'm like, yeah, sure, have at it, attack math. But for
attack.
those
They
people
think it's
who,
invented by the white man. That shit has been everywhere. Even
Actually,
Africans know mathematics.
actually,
I'm
mathematics.
like,
If they actually did their research in history, that's actually from the Middle East.
Oh
That's where
wow.
modern mathematics came
yeah,
from.
and then the concept of zero came from Latin America. So
Mm-hmm.
Precisely. Precisely.
yeah,
Idiots.
not only did they invent the chalupa, they also invented the concept of zero.
Mm-hmm.
I like chalupas. So I
I like
do.
to
It's good food, but whatever.
I like to always say this to these idiots.
Hmm.
Look, look, damn it. The whole world got to stump on your face. You better get your hands off of me. Ain't no you know what it is around here, understand? Oh, I see. So the white man give you a couple of strikes and suddenly you start hollering, ordering everybody around like you the master himself. Homie, you ain't nothing but the white man's dog. And what are you? So full of hate you wanna go out and fight everybody because you got whipped and chased by hounds. Well, that might not be living, but it sure as hell ain't dying. And dying's been what these white boys have been doing for going on 3 years now. Dying by the thousands. Dying for you, fool. I know because I dug the graves. And all this time I kept asking myself, when, oh Lord, when is gonna be our time? Gonna come a time when gonna have to ante up and kick in like men. Like men. You watch who you call a homie. If there's any homie around here, it's you. Just a smart mouth, stupid ass swamp running homie. And if you're not careful,
Mhm.
that's all you ever gonna be.
Yep, 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 yep.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, Glory. Love that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I get Terry. That's another power fantasy right there.
Hmm
Speaking of which,
Mm-hmm.
just Morgan Freeman is basically my spirit animal.
Well, yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, he just has a way of articulating everything, especially when he's cursing. When they were talking about
Shoot
Black
this
History,
motherfucker.
especially when they were talking about Black History Month in that interview, and he's like going, "No, it should be just American history." And he's like going, "But what do you say to all of these people who are not being recognized?" And he just says, "It's BS, bullshit."
Yep.
He just has a way of cutting right through it, cutting right to it. I love it. Like I said before, and I'll say it again: Morgan Freeman, run for president, you get my vote.
Hmm.
Oh goodness.
Oh yeah, yeah. Speaking of that Black History Month thing, I still love that line where he gives to the interviewer. Is that, well, do you want a Jewish History Month? Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Black history is American history.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
I don't want a Black History Month. I'm like, you know what, brother? I don't want one either at this point. I barely even celebrate that shit.
Speaking of hype moments, one of my favorite hype moments in that movie, In Glory, comes from Charging Fort Wagner. The way they're all just running up, and the way that music's playing, it's like symphony.
Especially when Denzel's Trip you know shouts them on like get up there
Oh yeah. They're
before
like
he
when
dies.
they reinforce. Yeah, he's yelling, "Come on!" as they're running up there.
And he just dies on the spot, and it's like, oh man.
But what I love about that scene, though, is that he's standing over Matthew Broderick's body, and he plants the flag right there. The flag is like flowing in the wind.
They got close too. That's the beauty of it. They got close.
Yep. One of my favorite sequences, though, is also when all the Confederates are running in, and Morgan Freeman's yelling, "Form the firing line right here," and they all just perfectly rally and fire and like perfect
Synchronization.
Perfect synchronization. And then Carrie Elwes is like yelling, waving the sword up, rally and move forward.
Okay.
Speaking of war movies, definitely the Spartans are always hype moment and power fantasy galore, especially when it comes to leadership. With King Leonidas, the fact that he rallies 300 soldiers to his cause to take on the Persian advancement at the battle of Thermopylae or Thermopylae, yeah. But yeah, knowing full well what he did, basically, because it's happening. Like he killed the messenger, of course. The messenger didn't return, so that was an act of war. So he's he's going out there to meet them now. Like he started this fight, so he's gonna go out there and meet them. So that was another that's another power trip. It's like you start what you finish what you start, basically, in that regard. And you excuse me. You he didn't back down at all.
No. That's the one Zack Snyder movie I'm willing to give at least some of its accolades to.
Yeah, he should have stayed doing that. I think that was a mistake to hire him. As a matter of fact, I think it was a mistake to hire Dave S. Goyer, because I'm pretty sure if they had a better writer,
I'm sick of Goyer.
Here's my headcanon. If they would have hired a better writer, I'm pretty sure Zach would have turned out something better. Per whoever was writing it, because we like to lay all the blame on Zack Snyder, which on one hand it's unfair, on the other hand it's kind of fair because he still directed the movie, right?
He had 3 movies to get it right. He had 3 movies.
But we still have to take into account that who wrote the script, who wrote the screenplay as well. So I still look at David S. Goyer on that regard.
Well, Goyer is a little too edgelordy for me. I mean, in the beginning, I liked him in Blade. I liked his Dark Knight, but let's face the fact. He had a hand in Dark Knight, but it was Jonathan Nolan's story. That was Jonathan Nolan's movie. I mean, Chris? Yeah, Chris Nolan, but his brother wrote it. I'm sorry, he wrote the movie. Jonathan Nolan wrote based off of the treatment by Goyer.
All right. What's another hype moment for me?
Oh, there's a hype moment in history, believe it or not. And it's actually from the Spartans. When they were going to war, they said, if we beat you, know that we're going to plunge your land, we're going to destroy your we're going to take your women.
I remember it was the Athenians that warned them, right?
Yeah. And they said, if we win, we're going to destroy your land, we're going to take your women, and we're going to murder your children. And the Spartans sent only one word reply. And the one word reply was, if.
I get a kick out of that. Just thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, that's a big if. They were not swayed. Easily swayed, I mean.
No, they weren't easily swayed, but their culture was that was the definition of a rough culture. Woo! Holy smokes!
So the way
Oh,
I watched that,
I just remember. I just remember a hype
oh,
moment.
Okay.
Um, Goku's speech to Frieza once he uh
Oh
I
yeah,
think
when he's
I
Super
think I
Saiyan.
think yeah, it came after he became Super Saiyan where you know, I can't remember the speech, but I just remember that final line he says at the end of it: "Ally to good, nightmare to you."
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
mhm.
oh, I'm gonna
Yep.
that's one tattoo idea I want on my body. Ally to good, nightmare to you. Like I could put it on my arm, and I'm like, hey, read this.
Mhm.
And if you're not the top, you better walk away right now.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness, goodness.
But yeah, that's a line I love because
Oh yeah.
that and what's another one from Dragon Ball? Uh, I think it was one of Gohan's moments. Oh yeah, he was going to go out there and help his dad,
Mm-hmm.
especially when Namek is on the precipice of exploding, and
Yeah.
and there was a moment where he looked like his dad.
Oh yeah.
Where he's talking to Bulma, he's like, I gotta go out there and help. She's like, Gohan, you shouldn't. Your dad can handle this fine. Like, I need you. It's like, yeah, I know, but it's something I gotta do. You tell my mom I love her. Tell everyone I love them so much. Even Mr. Piccolo. But I gotta do this. My dad needs me. I'm like,
Huh.
bruh, that sounds like your dad right now. You
Yep.
just you just talking to the same way your dad did. Because that's what your dad would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Dang, there's a lot of good moments in the Frieza saga.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, that and of course the Android saga. But I vaguely remember what a lot was said in the Android saga, or at least in the Cell saga for that matter. But yeah, that and of course Vegeta's pleas for to Goku to finish off Frieza.
Oh yeah, that was a big moment.
Yeah, because what was interesting about Goku was that even though we this one thing we never noticed about Goku in the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. He actually never killed nobody
Nope.
in the
The
beginning
only
of
no, he did kill one person, if I recall correctly. He did kill King Piccolo.
that was Dragon Ball. I'm talking about in Dragon Ball
Okay.
Z.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Dragon Ball is an exception because circumstances I can't remember right now, but that was an exception. Um, what I'm saying was he never killed Raditz. That was Piccolo.
Mm-hmm.
He actually never killed Nappa. He just incapacitated him.
Yep.
It was Vegeta that killed him. Um, that's one thing I noticed, especially when it that's why Vegeta was begging him. Yeah, he was begging him to take out Frieza, but you know Goku was like, no, I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my goodness, I almost forgot Goku don't kill people. As a matter of fact, he still don't. I don't think he ever. I don't think he ever did kill anybody except for Boo.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I checked, I don't think he ever killed anybody during the Saiyan saga. The Frieza was yeah, okay, two exceptions. There was Frieza and there was Boo. But even then, like there was two moments where he was gonna let Frieza die, but he spared him by giving him his energy so he can live to get off the planet. Um, but of course Frieza couldn't let it all go, so he finally finished him off. He's not willing to kill unless he's pushed to that limit.
Yeah.
But he never killed Cell. He basically sacrificed himself to when Cell decides to blow himself up. Um, of course, Gohan doesn't share that sentiment.
Nope.
So I don't fault Gohan for that. But like even with Boo, like well, actually Boo he made the exception. Like Boo has to be stopped because he but he does give him that gentle well, next time you come back, I'll let's fight some time before he finishes them off, which was interesting too in that regard. But that's one thing. Again, that's like I said. That's one thing I noticed about Goku. He's never really like the type that's quick to kill somebody. He just wants to fight them. That's it. Doesn't want to kill them. Just want to fight them.
Exactly. That's what he was, though. That's what he wanted. He always wanted to test his abilities.
It's funny how Super screwed that up.
Yep.
Well, he still doesn't want to fight. He still doesn't want to kill people, but like I'm talking about his intelligence. They freaking dumbed down his intelligence in Super.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Flanderization is in full effect here. Yeah, Victoria. I think we're getting to the point where we're gonna start wrapping up. But I'm waiting for Trooper to come back and immune himself because he's got to deal with some things off screen.
I gotta say though, I think one of the another great what was it, a hype moment was what was it, when the Tyrannosaurus was coming out of the cage in Jurassic Park.
Hmm.
The original, the first Jurassic Park.
In a horror sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Not really a big hero moment there, but yeah. Victoria, see you later.
No, you want a horror sense? What about when Robert Muldoon gets killed by the Velociraptor?
Yeah.
Oh man! But come on, to go out on a line like that, clever girl.
Mm-hmm. He acknowledges that's him showing respect there.
Basically, yeah.
Like mad respect before you die. I like that in a man. Stay classy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's one. Oh, go ahead. Finish what you were saying, Trooper. Not Trooper. Wolf. Gosh.
My goodness.
Mm-hmm.
We're crisscrossing.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll give one more hype moment before we start wrapping it up.
Okay.
What you got?
Dang, my brain's scattered right now. Let me see.
Well, I would give my viewing order while we're waiting for 300. So what you do is you watch 300 Rise of an Empire first, and then you watch the remake of Clash of the Titans, and then you watch 300, the first film, and then you watch Wrath of the Titans, and then to close up my little viewing party, you close it out with Wonder Woman. And it like loosely kind of works.
Yeah.
You just have to figure out where Ares fits in all this, because you see him die in Wrath of the Titans, but it's like, okay, is he really dead? Like question mark, sort of like Flash Gordon, with Ming the Merciless. The end? Question mark.
Going back to Power Rangers. I regret not clapping to this moment in the theaters, but I watched it again now that I got the Blu-ray. But the 2017 It's Morphin Time scene, and they start walking out of the ship to get into their go out and face Rita's putties. That was like a good hype moment. Again, I wish I had clapped, but I was like so jaded. I was like, it's almost.
Why? What were you expecting?
No, the thing is, it was one of those. It was one of those rare.
I got to see Goldar, so I was all right.
No, I'm saying it was one of those rare moments where I was going there to hate a movie. Which,
how dare you make me like you?
But so like when they morph, when we were in the theaters, you hear people clapping. I just refuse to clap. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not feeling this. But then when I'm rewatching it, I'm like, oh, I'm getting goosebumps now. Oh,
it was a good film. It was a good film. It's
here's the thing. I left saying that was an okay film. I will say this. I left saying that was actually an okay film. That was definitely an okay film. But like when I revisit it again in my own, home now, I'm like, dang, maybe I should have. You know what? I should have clapped. I should have clapped when I had the chance in that theater. Cause I revisited. I'm like, you know what? This ain't so bad. Why was so? I'm like, why I was so jaded? Why was I so jaded?
Because you were hoping that it was going to be everything that the haters were saying it was going to be, and then when your expectations were slightly uh disproven, you're like, okay, well,
Yeah,
that's different.
I
But
will say this. Alita Battle Angels got some hype moments too, where
it did, and
Oh,
that's another film that probably will not get a sequel.
no, but it's because I think what really the appeal of Alita Battle Angel,
I mean, with all its,
with
it
all
has,
of its flaws, it was the actress they got to play Alita. She was great.
yeah,
oh yeah,
Rosa Sanchez.
Yeah, she was great. But
No, Rosa Salazar. Forgot. Sorry, Rosa Salazar. Was it Salazar? Yeah, Salazar. She was in Maze Runner 2 and 3. And funnily enough, I'm glad that she ended up with the with Thomas at the end of Maze Runner 3. Spoilers.
can I close out with one power fantasy and one hype moment?
Go ahead.
Power fantasy. This one comes from a TV show again. This is from Tron Uprising. It's the scene where Tron is talking to Beck and basically telling him that he's got to be the new Tron now. He's telling him that Clue took everything from him, everything but his name, and that he needs to basically, you got to get up and you got to fight the cause. I love that.
Oh, speaking of Tron Legacy, when Sam is in the light cycle ring,
Yeah.
and he says, "Oh, this I can do," and you have that music just boom in. He start running. I was like, my hair stood up. I'm like, oh, like
You,
Daft Punk, you motherfuckers.
Yep.
it's really funny. Speaking of Tron Legacy, so all right, so if you fast forward to the scene where Sam makes it to the arcade, so one thing that a lot of people miss is that, okay, so he drops the coin, he opens up the passage. Now in the theatrical release, they actually licensed Sweet Dreams from the Eurythmics, and that actually played in the theatrical mix that was shown on screen.
I remember that.
Yeah, that I actually saw in IMAX. So for anyone out there who's really big on this stuff, you got to remember IMAX sucks when it comes to the actual visuals, but the sound is crisp. When it comes to Real D, the visuals are fantastic, but you're going to get generic sound. So I saw it I was one of the few that actually saw it in multiple formats.
Trade-off, actually.
Yeah, so I actually got, when I saw that in IMAX form, and then Sweet Dreams was just booming on the sound system. It was amazing. It was amazing. It was great. But you'll notice that in the home release, like Blu-ray DVD, it does not appear on there.
Nope.
So it's one of those things where, some studios are notorious for doing that, and especially that particular
you know what?
studio.
I think we watched it in regular theater, so we heard Separate Ways only.
Yeah.
By Journey.
But I wasn't but I do remember, I remember, what was it? I thought I was having a Mandela effect when I got the DVD of Tron Legacy, and I'm hearing Separate Ways by
Journey.
By Journey. And I'm like, wait, wasn't this supposed to be, wait, what? And then other people were coming out and saying you were having oh wow, I'm part of a Mandela effect. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I heard Sweet Dreams in the theater. In the IMAX theater. But I lost my train of thought. Oh.
Well, with that being said,
Yes.
I like to thank everybody, those of you who stuck around, and those of you who are here, who indulged our power fantasies, indulged our hype moments, who also shared your power fantasies and hype moments too. I like to thank everybody who contributed to the conversation, even though sadly we weren't able to read your comments like we normally do. So yeah, when we go, I'm sorry guys, when we go, we just go, and I it it, it could be possible, but we'll try. We'll try. Hopefully. No, Matthew Flint's not anime stream. This is just talking about any medium, and sadly we're about to close out now before the professor starts his stream with Red Harvest, and I'm ready to join that right now as we speak. Again, like to thank you for showing up on short notice. Sadly, uh, thank everybody for showing up, especially the lovely Lady Valor sharing her her power fantasies, her hype moments, of course. Same thing
Mhm.
with Schooner as well, and Trooper, who's on mute right now because he's taking care of business. Um, Later on, of course, is the professor's Red Hearts which is gonna begin soon. Tomorrow, I will be hosting the Van Helsing rewatch with Matthew Flynn tomorrow around evening time.
Oh yeah, on your channel. That's
Yep.
the
Yep. For
that'll be
Troy's rewriting the the Universal Monster universe, or the Dark
yeah,
Universe, I think it's called.
yeah,
Yep,
the
Dark
Dark
Universe.
Universe. Yeah.
So hopefully he'll be joining me. Same thing with same token with Age Boomer, but it'll be mostly me and Matthew Flynn. Me and Matthew Flynn, me co-hosting and him. Sorry, me hosting and him co-hosting. I believe Troy will be doing a pre-show prior to that, earlier before I begin. So be on the lookout for that. Um, I think same day, Green Line Girl, that is, might do a stream on OG Final Fantasy 7 same day.
Mhm.
I think Fan Man will be doing Fan Man and Friends on Friday too. Saturday, I believe Big Al's got something going on. UHF. He's doing a rewatch of UHF with the Pacellis, I believe, or I think Daniel Heron. I don't know.
Hmm.
Keep an eye out, guys. Just keep an eye out.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Uh, Sunday, I think Matthew Flint and Troy Pacelli are doing something. Maybe, I'm not sure. In the morning,
I'm sure it's like Ben 10 or something.
still Band 10, but season 3, I
Yeah.
believe. But I'm not sure. I'm sure he's doing it this Sunday, because he didn't do it last Sunday because we all know Easter. Same token is same day, Geeky Geezers will return, and I'm pretty sure they
Mhm.
got a lot of catching up to do. I don't know what me and Match is doing on Sunday yet again. He still hasn't touched base on what we're doing right now. I think he's done with doing a Sunday we watches. From what I heard, he's gonna be committing to Culture Fortress every Tuesday.
Hmm.
Every other Tuesday, I'm sorry. Every other Tuesday.
Really?
My slot, of course, after we're done. Yep. Well, not the same slot as me. I'm saying, like, once I'm done, then you head over to him. Of course, we also have the book studies with Professor Geek and Big Al sharing that same slot on Tuesdays. Monday, however, will be Monday Night Muse with Sound Engraver. Oh, hey there, Sound Engraver. So continue to attend to her streams to hear all that good stuff about art. Last Tuesday, we had her beau, the professor, with us. Now, I mentioned the non-binary stuff to her, and boy, that was interesting to see Sound Engraver sound very upset over that.
Mhm.
Wow, I'm like that really
I
stung
caught
her
it in the back.
deep.
I I caught it in the backwatch. That was unexpected.
I mean, I've caught it a few times where she looked really miffed for a cool bit,
Hmm.
but
First
it's
time I
rare
saw
when
that.
it's rare when it happens. But when it happens, I catch it. I'm like, oh, that really struck a nerve. And yeah, that Tuesday, sorry, not Tuesday, that Monday, when I mentioned that, she was miffed. Like bruh, Prof it has his usual Prof has his usual little glare thing he does, but
Hmm.
man, you could see it in Soundographer. She was upset. I was like, oh
Oh
no,
no!
oh no, I didn't mean I didn't mean for that to go that way, but I
You're
had to
like,
bring it up. I mean, I'm just saying I had to bring it up, but dang. So Sound Engraver,
knives were out.
yeah, like, man, like I hate to see her fully angry.
Hmm.
That
Well,
like her
that's
and Monticelli.
well,
Those are the
that's the
two
thing
women I do
about
not want to see angry.
that's the thing about topics like non-binary versus actual femininity. When you approach a woman that has that quality and you bring up non-binary, you got to remember non-binary is a very disempowering term, and it's
Hmm.
meant to be that. So
It's
I
it.
mean,
Is it
you
really
will
supposed
get
to be
that reaction, and
empowering
you
or
will get it a
disempowering?
lot. You will get it a lot from the girly females. The manly ones, they don't really care. So,
Matthew
but
Flynn says Star Wars prequels, then Ben 10 season 4 the Sunday after that.
oh yeah, that's right, right, yeah, because it's already on the MeWe. I've seen him post on the MeWe for the prequels. I want to try to make that, but it might be a little early. I'll probably catch it on the rewatch.
And Sound Project says myth. Now that's a new word I learned today. That is an old saying
What?
of getting
That's an
upset.
old word. I
That's a
hardly ever
very
use.
old word.
I hardly ever use myth, but I've
I'm
used it
bringing
before.
I'm bringing old words back here, Sonny.
Mm-mm.
I still use broad in in place of the other 5 letter word that women hate so much.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, myth is an old word for
Yeah, just like
basically just
yeah.
yeah, irk, upset, um, steamed,
Yeah.
uh, stuff like that. But I digress.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course, you guys know what the update is for next Tuesday and next Thursday. We're going to talk about shows that we enjoyed. That's definitely Schooner's day from now on. He will not be joining us for Thursday.
Nope.
This Today is his last Thursday. That means he's
Rolling.
not. That does not mean he's out of WCR. No, he's still here.
Nope. I'm
Just not
still
going to
here.
be here. Everybody knows that Thursdays is usually the serious topics that we cover. So I will try in the future. I'll try to organize some serious topics for Tuesday, so that
Mhm.
he will not be left out. Because I love to hear Schooner's thoughts on these topics. So definitely going to be tailoring here and there for topics in the future WCR. Uh,
Mhm.
but we all know usually Tuesdays it's the fun streams and Thursdays are the serious streams.
Hmm.
That's the big trade off there.
Mhm.
I think that's it. I think I covered everybody, right?
Far as I know, let's.
Yep.
Only
I think
person
you
I
got
didn't
it.
really. Yeah, you mentioned Greenlight Girl, right? So
Yeah,
that's pretty
yeah.
much everybody.
She's
Yeah.
every Wednesday. She's still continuing Final Fantasy 7 remake, which I was there yesterday, and from what I heard, I was
Hmm.
missed.
You?
You were missed.
Not
Oh my
miffed,
goodness.
missed.
Oh, okay.
Yes. As in, where is Mister stirs the pot with non-binary terms? So.
Yeah, because she mentioned last night like yeah, it was kind of silent without you. Because the funny thing about being on her stream is that I'm usually the only one that's talking.
Oh, really? Okay.
Like sometimes Mapache will chime in, and every once in a while when Troy's not working or he's not doing his D&D campaign, he'll pop in and start talking. Or
Right.
sometimes Big Al will come in and say something for a spell, and he'll just disappear. Our official Joni will be there too sometimes, but he
Mhm.
barely says anything at all. And it's just usually like if you catch the backwatch, it's just my words. It's just whoop 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 like freaking elevators in Super Mario.
Wow. We just do bump,
So
bump.
I'm like really. So I'm just like really curious to watch the one stream where I wasn't really there because I was out watching GVK that day, and
Was it good?
I'm just like, so what was it like without me being there? I'm very curious to watch that backwatch now. Oh my goodness, I need to if I see it and I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to be here more often again. They
Mhm.
need me because because I'm usually the one that keeps her talking so that you well she usually responds to the game itself still, but
Right.
like if I keep her talking, then less dead air basically.
Mhm.
But other than that, like yeah. But again, like to thank my compadres, uh, Schooner Tuna.
Yep. All right, I'll sign us out. Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground. This is Schooner Tuna saying good night. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, as always, it was fantastic. Go ahead and put some comments below. Let us know what your favorite flashpoints are and also what you think are some pretty good hype moments. And if you like this content, go ahead and hit the like button, share, and subscribe. And as always, I'd like to go ahead and thank our host, With 10 Media, for today. Also, Leia Plus Size for giving us her input using the female perspective, and always Schooner Tuna for chiming in with his list of very interesting choices. So again, Trooper FN2525 signing off.
It's been your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I am your werewolf. Thank you everybody for joining us for Wolf Commander Rambles. Continue to support us in any way you can. Keep keep the positivity, share culture as always as our mandate. Share culture, stay positive, support the people that love you, not the ones that hate you. And of course, we need to live together. As my motto, my next motto that I want to push, we need to live together. So
Oh,
nothing but
in
love.
harmony.
So take care, everyone. Take care, one and all, and stay safe out there. Ow!